Give me a couple of seconds to get the link so I can post it. And Ace, you on your end also check to see if it's live. We're live. Oops, I don't want that.
Oh yeah.
And come in and join us. Podcast. We're doing and here you today. Put the link. Make sure that link is working. Good. Okay. Sorry for the delay. Okay. Before I start recording, Ace, is your audio still good? It's been good, so I don't really need to ask you that much.
Check. Yeah. How do I sound? Good.
Okay, you're straight. Or is everything good with you, Ghost? Now everything straight? Can you?
Check.
Yeah. Are you using your usual setup and everything's the same?
Yes.
Okay. Is your mic off to the side of you? 5 foot, at 3 o'clock?
Check. Should be better. I'm slouching.
Oh, man, I'm not gonna lie. I feel as if I've been slouching a little bit more recently. And I want to blame my chair, but that doesn't make any sense. Anyway, Wes, are you good?
How's my volume now?
Pretty good. It's a bit too dank now. So maybe
Okay. I'll back off a little bit.
just a little, but you're good. Volume's good. And then what about me? How does my volume and audio and clarity sound?
It's all good.
Nice. Okay. With that being said, everybody look alive, just like Black Boy. That makes take a sip of my tea. Okay. Hopefully, I remember exactly how to do this. Starting the recording in 3, 2. Okay, we are live. We are recording. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back, everyone, to the Be Warmed and Be Filled podcast. We're back. And we're joined, or we have everyone here with us. We have the guys, the brothers, the family. We got Ace.
What's up?
I was about to say we don't have Ace. We got Wes.
Yo.
We got Ghost.
It's good.
And we got myself, QuestLando. Guys, how we all doing? How we all feeling?
Feeling all right? Yeah, not bad.
Could be worse.
Oh yeah, I remember that message you sent now. And I'm feeling not too bad myself. If you're familiar with us at all, well, first of all, we just went through all our names, but we usually record on Saturday evenings at the time of recording. It is December 24th, and it is a nice, cool Sunday, which we're not wholly unfamiliar with recording on Sundays, but it is a different vibe, I might say. And I'm definitely interested to know what y'all think, y'all being the audience and y'all being y'all. Think about different recording days. If Saturday evening is truly the most optimal day, or if a more Sunday morning, afternoon time slot would be more appropriate. I'm interested to know everybody's feedback. But I digress. So as far as like the podcast usuals, in the description below, you can find our socials, especially myself, QuestLando on Twitter, at QuestLando on Twitter and or /X and Instagram. Also in the description below for our typical podcast, you can find the timestamps after we, do everything, edit everything. You can find a timestamp. So if you just want to jump to a specific point. And also on the channel, if you want shorter videos, you can find the sliced up, shorter topic videos when we actually slice up the live. But with that being said, we usually go through a whole rigmarole of content that we recently stumbled upon that we want to share, or music suggestions, things of that nature. At the end of the year, we do things a bit different. One of our special annual video podcasts that we do is a complete deep dive and review of all the albums, primarily hip hop, that came out of the year. If you're familiar with us and what we've done in the previous years, we literally draft up an entire list of all the relevant albums that came out this year, and we give our fair assessment and rating. Yes, if you're not interested in hearing what the Complex's, Rolling Stones, Pitchfork, salute to the brother, but Anthony Fantano's reviews of the world, you want the true best ranking and ratings for all these albums, so you know exactly what the good stuff is. You don't got to waste your time going through all the mess. We do it for you. Yes. Then sit back and enjoy. And obviously, we'll pull up the spreadsheet. Yes, we have a spreadsheet, and we'll explain it all in just a minute. Yeah, I actually don't think there's actually too much to really go over. This isn't like one of the years where I have to do a bunch of intros and outros for topics and stuff. So let's just jump right into it. Actually, we're not even on the right stream. We're not starting soon. We're actually already started. Let's see. In Discord, need to pull up this, and then okay, that's what's
Kind
going.
of
Shit.
gassed it, man.
What you mean?
Maybe we should let the people know our actual process.
I'm just explaining what we're doing. I'm explaining the system. Oh, you mean the process of how we listen to
Yes,
everything?
how we
Like,
actually listen last minute the
it's not
album.
last minute. It's in a short time frame, so it's fresh in our minds.
Yeah, you could say it like that.
But yes, as Ace is alluding to or speaking on, one of our part of our methodology for getting prepared to review all these albums is, while we individually listen to music throughout the year, we'll bump into a record or two, even maybe consume an album, because there are some of us on this podcast that do actually do their due diligence, listen to albums relatively when they come out. You know, we're all busy in this day and age, so sometimes we don't get to an album right away, or sometimes we just don't have much interest in it. So, what we do every year on the year is around the time where we are about to do this review, that's when we cram in all the albums. Yes, this year, I don't know who has the list open. How many albums do we have on this list?
Let's see. 108.
Yes, out of the literal hundreds, and I don't know if that's like an average.
105.
There you go. Actually, 105. And I don't know if that's the average. I feel as if there are more years where there's upwards of 150, and there's some years where it probably is a little under 100. But we go through all these albums in a relatively short time frame. Some years were better than others at starting at an appropriate time, so we can get to more albums than others. But it usually ends up being around a week to listen to all these albums. And as you can imagine, it's a handful. It's an earful. So, like I was saying, depending on how you look at it, glass half empty, glass half full, whatever the expression is, you can say we're the most prepared because these albums are fresh in our mind. We just came off of listening to a few last night, even. Or you could say we're full of BS because, in theory, it's not really even practical to listen to a bunch of albums like this all the time. And how are you going to remember all the things that you liked and that you disliked? And there's a lot of crap in here, but we'll get to that. Okay, hopefully I'm not forgetting anything else. All right, let me go here for a second so I can fix this. Just a few good men. I think the names are going to be out of order, but it's fine. Yes, of course they are. Okay, go to the top ace, and we're going to need a bit of a zoom in so the viewing stream can actually see what's going on here. Oh, that is the top. I don't know why I thought that was the bottom. Started from the bottom, so on and so forth. Just change some names around. Okay, so yes, what you see before you, like I mentioned, is the comprehensive list of all the what we deem to be relatively relevant albums. So, as you can see, we have artists, album, even some of the art, and we have our scores. And scroll over to the right just a bit. I feel as if at this point, one of y'all could explain it better than I. So if I forget anything, please remind me. So this is our ranking system. This is how you know what's the good stuff and what's the trash. So starting from greatest, if one of us gives, and this is we'll each give our individual ratings here. So it's not just one, all of us coming to a conclusion. We're each giving our ratings. So starting from best, 5. We give the album a 5. It's considered an album of the year album, best of the best. We thoroughly enjoyed it. It's 5s shouldn't be. Is going to be 5 are going to be few and far between. 4 is dope. 4 is an above average album. 4 is an album that is going to get spinned again. Maybe has been getting spins and is very enjoyable and something we would come on here and recommend. 3 is where we start to get that average range. That's where we start to get to that. This is a good album. There's some bangers on here, some that aren't so bangers, but in general, it's a good album. It's right in that, like, okay, this is right. Then we get to 2. 2 is mid, and I don't think that needs any further explanation. We've all listened to some mid before, and you know exactly what it sounds like. And then 1 is bottom tier trash. It just is what it is. Not all music is equal. I know some people are gonna have different opinions, but if we say it's trash, it's trash. Now, as you can see, we also have some other categories because, as we mentioned, or if I didn't mention, full transparency, not all of us listen to all these albums. There's not enough time in the day, the week, the month, the years, and some things are just forgettable, and some things aren't really even we have the highest level of interest. But there are some albums that we do have interest that we didn't get to, so we got ratings to cover that. If we give it a 0.5, just 0.5, that refers to an album that we didn't listen to, but we would have interest in it. Whether that be an artist that we do favor, but we didn't get a chance to listen to the album, or maybe it's we heard through the grapevine that this album has bangers on it, or that's worth listening to. That's where you usually get your 0.5s. And then if you're unfortunate enough to get that 0, that's an album that we didn't listen to, and we have 0 intentions of listening to. Because again, it could be because the lack of interest in the artist, lack of interest in the genre, whatever the case may be, or just a preconceived bias of that's not even worth my time. So it is what it is. So as you can see I kind of feel like I'm in a meeting at work, but as you can see in the J column, that is the total average score. So For example, for that first one, give me a 1, give you a 2, give Ghost a 3, and give Wes a 4. So yeah, as you can see, it's nice and color coded. Give you a good reference of what's bad, what's good, and once everything's popped in, we get our total average score for each album, and we get our total. Oh wait, not oh wait, and then we also give the total average score for albums that people actually listen to. So we get the full picture of what's going on. So for example, say I actually didn't listen to this Coke Boy 6 album, put me down for a 0. It would change up the scores, and you would get a more. If you were only interested in what we all listen to, then you'd get that score. Nice. And I guess if you scroll down to the bottom, we can get into some of that, or do you think that we should just wait till afterwards?
Yeah, we can probably wait.
Okay, nice. We have some other data that if we have any data fiends, data nerds that we put in this list, just to make sure you have a full picture of our rating systems. Shows how we grade, who's who's more strict, who's more lean, whatever the case may be. But I mean, honestly, again, if I'm forgetting anything, you guys please let me know. But honestly, I think we can just get into it right away. I feel as if we were a professional podcast, we'd have some like of course copyright free, but like general elevator music in the background, so you kind of have a vibe. But hey man, we're still grassroots, so just enjoy the sound of our ranking, bickering, agreement, non-agreement, and yeah, if anyone's listening, let us know if you have any disagreements with our ratings. But of course, we have the right opinion. Anyway, without further ado, let's just jump right into it. This may be a long podcast, maybe a shorter podcast, but the purpose of the podcast is just go through this list. We don't have any topics or anything else like that. So if you're looking for topics, it's not today. All right. If you're looking for the order of these albums, they're in relatively chronological, but there might be some things that are out of place if you're looking for that. So we start off with French Montana and DJ Drama. Oh, and actually, I guess in future years we probably should put like the date in which it dropped, if that means anything. Anyway, so Coke Boy 6. This is one that I do. I have to remember like how I go about rating stuff. Give me 1 sec. Give us 1 sec, I should say. Why can't you just say that, Wes? What the heck?
I don't want to disrupt.
Did you do the average on the calculator?
Do it in your head.
Can't you? Isn't there an average formula in thing?
Yeah, I think something's not quite right.
All right.
Doing a little math here. Stand by and listen to us. 4 engineers, by the way.
Oh, it's
You
not
gotta include
including
me,
you.
maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
because
that's
because you
yeah,
are.
because I was
Oh,
out. Oh, wait,
that's
okay, maybe.
crazy.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. By the way.
That's hilarious. None of my stuff would have mattered.
Hold up. F G. Okay. Good catch.
It is a phenomenal catch because it would have been.
Yeah. I mean, we probably would have noticed if we went down that when we added it, like the score just didn't even matter.
I'm just glad that you guys are actually paying attention, and we didn't realize this when we're actually done with the review. We didn't get one for that Friday ass album.
Stop. Alright.
Cause God did.
Okay. So that's that, and then we'll have to double check the bottom too when we get there. Or should I do that now?
Yeah, while I'm pulling up this. Did he have album art? I can't find. I literally can't find his album art.
Jesus.
I guess I should go to Spotify. Oh my god, this is getting annoying.
Okay. We should be good.
Hopefully y'all can't hear that in the background.
There's a slight tapping noise, but you're good.
No, I'm talking about well, Wes can hear it.
Oh,
No, I can't hear whatever.
Where's that thing? Okay, let me drop this in here real quick. Here we go. Man, one day somebody's gonna be grateful for the amount of time we put into this butt hash. And by the one day, I mean I am already grateful that you guys put some time and effort into this. Cough, cough. Okay. Let me make sure OBS is right. Go back over here. Okay. And good. I think we're good again. Nice. Okay, good. All right. Formula rating stuff situated. Okay, so, and we're good. We're sure it works now, as intended. Yes, no, maybe so.
Yes.
Okay, okay. With that being said, I was gonna get into my deep dive about this album, but honestly, I think we're starting off with like something that doesn't really even require that much deep dive. I can in some ways respect French Montana's flow and what he provides and things of that nature. And salute to DJ, I'm a whole legend. I think some of the production on here was reflective of like, that New York vibe, which is good. I like that. Although there was some kind of like strange, like more Afrocentric. Although you also have to remember French Montana is Moroccan. But I say all that to say I would say that this was a 2. It's on the mid side.
Okay. Yeah, to be honest, this album was forgettable.
Not like his record Unforgettable.
remember anything about it, even though we all listened to it within the last week. I'm just gonna give it a 1.
One dog shit. That's all I got.
I'm gonna have to admit I was a little bit in and out on this one, so I'm gonna have to give it a 0 because I didn't get a great listen. What I heard wasn't great. I won't call it a full listen.
Fair enough. All right, so we're not coming out here and capping. Next we have. I hate the way Wikipedia spells out his name. Next we got YoungBoy's album. I rest my case. If you know anything about YoungBoy, they drop a lot of music. Like even at a young age, they probably have more literal records out than maybe even like a Jay-Z, if you could believe. But if you know anything about YoungBoy, you know that type of sound. A lot of young people love it. I am maybe not even considered young, and I am not one of those people. I didn't listen to this, and I have zero intention. That's gonna get a 0.
0 for me.
0.
And 0 to round it out.
Oh, we're definitely starting off on a good note, giving out giving out albums that have a nice average of one. Anyway, next we have Ice Spice. Uh, like. Uh,
Question mark.
mm.
Yeah, you said it right, actually.
Okay, you gotta say it like with the question mark inflection. Salute to Ice Spice. I actually like Ice Spice for the fact that like with a lot of artists they get in trouble for some controversy at some time because they say something or do something. We don't know a single thing this young lady thinks. We just know she's from the Bronx and she has that female kind of drill sound. That being said, when it comes to the actual music, it's not for me. I have zero interest in it, and this album didn't get a spin for me. So I was gonna get a zero.
Yeah, I tried. I got through maybe 1.5 tracks. I'll call
Jesus.
it a 0 because I didn't really get through the thing.
That is not a try. There's no for a try. You have to get to like the first like you have to get to like 20% of the album. And what is this one record nonsense? Maybe even 30%. Sorry, go ahead, Ghost.
Uh, I don't necessarily have a problem with her music in general, but I'll say it's not for me and leave it at that. It's a 0.
0.
Hopefully we can start giving some positive reviews. I don't know if it's gonna start. I don't know if it's gonna start
We
here.
got next.
But this is definitely an interesting one. I don't know if this is going to be a. Well, let me not speak for y'all because I don't want to get argumentative already. So next we got Yachty's. Let's start here. So this is literally an album where you can start to like ask, is this truly hip hop? This is like the one time. And this is cap. I'll probably ask this a couple times. This is like one of the few times I'll ask y'all, what would y'all classify the genre of this album?
Um, shoot. Maybe like it's some type of pop.
It's not dream pop.
I'm thinking dream pop. I am thinking dream pop. Probably dream pop.
Fair enough. I guess even that to say, it's not your typical hip hop album. I mean, it's far from that, and it's kind of hard to decipher. You have to actually just listen to it. And if we were a podcast that was wholly prepared, we would have we'd have it on deck so we can share a little of it. But this is not for you. This is not like music recommendation time. This is just review time. Anyway, I say all that to say it definitely has a like a simply like they said dream pop vibe. There's not a bunch of trap beats on it, but it is still Yachty vocals, which unfortunately does detract. And I've said this actually a long time ago. There was a record that Steve Aoki made with the Migos and Yachty on it. I think it's Nightclub, Night something about night. And on that record, Yachty has a verse, and it's awful, like really bad. But at the end of the record, when it's kind of fading out, he's like just putting his like background vocals on it, and I heard that I'm like, even though Yachty is not the major rapper, I think he has the ability, and even just by the like production and like how this album was together, to like, use his vocals or just use his production, maybe even in writing if that's a factor, to put together some good music, or actually, yeah, good music. I'll keep it like that. Decent music. I can't say that this was bad. Yeah, I don't think I could say that generally, especially because it did have sounds that I enjoy. My critique or commentary that I would put to it, I think they should have tried or collabed with. I'm sure Yachty has the floors where he could collab with artists that are actually in that genre. Because we even go out to shows of people that are close or somewhat in the vein of this genre. And I think if you got some of those type of groups, or I don't want to say specific female, but some singers and artists like that, I think that could have boosted this up a long way. This is where I wish we could kind of put 0.5s outside of the 0.5, but I will try to be more lenient, especially in the beginning. So I'll give it a 3.
Jeez, come on, you playing. That's crazy. Y'all these getting all right. Yeah, let's just jump to my score. So, yeah, this was awful. I mean, once you hear his voice, the track goes downhill, and he's on almost every track. So that automatically makes it a one. Like it's crazy how bad he is as like a vocalist, or I mean, he doesn't do any rapping on here, but it just sounds like some random guy just making sounds with his voice. It doesn't make any sense. But again, when he's not vocalizing, or when he has somebody else on the track doing vocals, it sounds like a legitimate song. But he's on too much of the album, so it just ends up being a one. I did have one track that, if you want to hear something where somebody else is, The Alchemist is one of those tracks, to give you an idea of like what the album could have been if Yachty didn't have vocals on it. So I'll drop that here with the asterisk. All right, you could go, Ghost.
All right. Well, I have always thought Yachty was absolute trash, and I haven't made a secret of that. And I've tried giving him chances over the years for albums that people say wasn't that bad or was pretty good. And every single track I've heard from him, I'm not exact. Every single track is that his voice is on is absolute dog shit to me. So people were saying that this album was a departure from his usual sounds. Give it a shot, blah blah blah. Got pretty high rankings, so I tried to go into it with as open a mind as I could. And yeah, this might be his worst stuff yet. Like Ace put it very well. The second his voice comes on, it makes the track unlistenable. It really reminds me of like in the school talent show where like a special needs kid is up there
Jesus.
performing, and
Wow.
it's really bad, but you can't like acknowledge that it's bad. Like you just gotta sit there and you feel so uncomfortable and embarrassed on their behalf. And like everyone knows it's dog shit, but you can't admit it. So people are clapping at the end, and the special needs kid doesn't know any better. And again, you don't want to hurt his feelings, but he just goes on his day. And then when you're by yourself with your boy, you're like, wow, that was dog shit. And yeah, this is like Yachty's entire career. That encapsulates it for me. So I wish we could give negative scores because I don't think a one is harsh enough. If we put a -1 in there, would it screw up the formula?
What the heck are you trying to do?
Well,
You're gonna get the formula.
yeah. I need to balance out year 3 because, well, I guess give it a 1 because I think it would just screw it up. But yeah, worst album of the year
That's cap. There's way worse albums.
that I've listened to. Like that was offensively. I feel like a worse person if I haven't listened to that.
I'll give it a 1, but throwback to a conversation that we had last time. I do respect the fact that he's taking it in this direction and doing, I guess, what he wants to do.
That's how far respect gets you.
I don't. Yeah, no, I don't hate the guy for it. I don't listen to his music. I don't like his voice. I don't like his sound, but it's interesting. I'm glad to know he's doing something like this.
That is a good point. That's
a
point.
wild.
No. If you
Saying
want
it's interesting gets you the worst score. That's crazy.
Sound good. You can't put out dog shit.
He's one step away from making something that's good though. Just
How is being one step away gets you a
one step from who?
Not putting his vocals on it. Putting somebody else's vocals on it. This would have been a decent album.
But then it wouldn't have been his album.
I know. I mean, yeah, technically, yeah, but
he could also go like a spoken word route, maybe, and just put
that would not be.
His voice in any shape or fashion.
Couple sentences, just spoken.
No, don't do that.
I don't know. But no, I don't. I mean, I don't hate the guy. As far as
And that's a good point too. I don't hate him outside the music, but
No one care. We
We
talk
don't
about
hate
his
any of
music.
these artists outside the music.
Exactly.
We get
He doesn't. We don't need to
No,
cut him
but
any bit
my
of any
point
slack.
my point is no. I truly have an appreciation for the sound he chose on this. So
I
I don't
want
like.
to get argumentative off the bat, but how can in the same breath you say this was interesting, I appreciate the direction that they took, I respect it, but then give like in theory the worst score you could give it?
Because the voice. Like, what do you mean?
So
There's
why are
one
you trying
specific.
to appeal to all this? Yeah, it was good, a good, interesting artist direction. Why don't you just say it's trash?
Because there's artists on here that I say zero. I have no interest in listening. I have no interest in learning anymore about whatever.
If
whatever.
Yachty dropped the
I'm
album,
glad.
tomorrow, would have interest in listening to it.
That's not what I'm saying, but I'm glad that I know now.
The thing
This
is,
is
we're not talking about zeros. Zeros is like kind of a different subject because that's like we haven't listened to it. If you listen to something and you give it a 1, that literally means you should have nothing positive to say about it.
all right. Well, all right. I don't know what to say to that.
Am I tweaking? I'm open to the.
I agree with you, Quest. If it's trash, stand on business. Say that it's trash.
Like trash is trash. Trash is like literally like it's in the trash. Like
Well,
would
I
you
mean,
go
there's
in the
some
trash?
albums, I guess
Would you go in
that-
the trash right now, pick something out, and say it's interesting? Like what do you what?
What was that, Ghost?
but he's
I would just say there's some
Is
albums
it-
that have redeemable qualities, even if they are a 1.
Yeah,
This of all
I
albums,
wouldn't
not the
because
one even try to
because
defend.
yeah, but because every track almost is tarnished. It's not something I'm gonna go back to. So how can I give it more than a 1? But at the same time, it's like, oh, I see the direction you're choosing. This is an interesting move.
I don't know. Some of this is like some of the background stuff we should probably have hashed out. But yeah, to that point, I forget who said it already. But yeah,
Do you consider that a 2?
1 should be irredeemable. So it'd be no redeemable value. Like it's just
I don't-
like and
Yeah,
and
but
it's, and it's
I don't
not to
think I'd
say
go
that,
that far,
and it's
so-
not the. How can if it's trash? God, it's trash. It's literally trash. Trash is the
But
bottom of the
Quest,
barrel.
So wait. You can't imagine like a song with a at least a half a beat that's good, and then
Then it
like
would
on
be-
the whole album,
Then I wouldn't say
on the
it's
whole
trash.
album, and it becomes mid.
Huh?
Quest,
A half a
Quest,
beat, one song.
we can only listen to Up to Yachty Speaks, and then we have to rip our headphones off our head and toss it across the room. How is that not trash? Like
Listen, I'm not.
everything but him
y'all
is
are
good, and
good.
he's on everything.
Yeah, and that's exactly what y'all said. I'm only talking about, well, if unless you guys agree with this assessment of that, like you can have generally positive thing to say about the direction and the art and all that, but then say it's 1. That's where I'm not really understanding it.
Because
Because
it's,
it's
I mean, can you
together, right?
give it a 2 if you cannot listen to a whole song? Like
Listen,
you're physically repulsed once he comes on the
I'm
track.
not mad at you giving it a 1. I'm just saying I don't understand how 2 things can exist. All this, I appreciate it, I respect it, it's interesting, but like it should be one or the other, unless I'm tweaking.
No, I don't appreciate the album. I appreciate the direction, the choice.
I mean, it sounds cool when you say it like that, but you
I
can't.
get what you're saying,
How do you?
Quest,
I don't
but
know how
I'll
you're
put it
devoiding
like
it when it's about that. The direction is
you're saying
the direction of
we
the
can't-
album.
You're
It's
saying
not-
we can't appreciate the direction if we don't like the album.
I'm not trying to put like rules on this, and we're spending a lot of time on Yachty. I find this interesting, but I'm just saying, in my mind, and I would assume in most people's mind, if you say something's trash, there is nothing about it that you like. What Ace described it perfectly. As soon as I hear it, I want to rip it out my thing.
As soon as I
but
hear
like-
his voice,
you like,
Yeah, it's not the track.
okay, so if the voice is awful, but then something else about it was like interesting or good, then I wouldn't say it's trash. I would just say it's like
It's
okay.
mid?
That's what I would probably lean towards.
I don't know about mid.
exactly. Mid is too. It's too nice.
Mid is just like, you know,
Mid is too nice
have
for something you gotta rip your headphones
There's
off.
no way we're like trying to like
So,
argue
so,
about the
a-
rating.
so an album up to
again.
5 is perfect and there's nothing wrong with it. And if that's the logic,
Not that
you
it's
use-
perfect, but it's. I mean, what is perfect? But it's an album of the year album. There probably aren't
Exactly.
too many
Album
albums in
of the
that
year,
category.
meaning it's great, but it's
Yeah,
It's
Good
not.
point.
There's still
Good point.
something wrong with it. Same
There
thing.
could be it could be a track or two or a half a
Okay,
track or
okay. If you had said it's wholly unlistenable, I would not recommend this to anybody. This is one of the worst albums I've ever heard. But here's this one record where I liked the feature or something. That's a bit different. You're saying I appreciate it. It's interesting. I respect
I
it.
didn't say. Oh, I said the direction, not the album. The choice, the simple choice to take a different sound. I
That's
appreciate
kind
it.
For
of.
all
The
the
album
listeners, this is
itself
exactly
wasn't done
why we get
well.
into these things because people come on here and say borderline nonsense, but it's fine. It's Yachty. I'm not gonna press it if that's fine.
just to let the listeners know, this gives you an idea of how difficult it was to come up with this grading system at all.
I mean, it would be like if he made a polka album. Like, I don't like polka. I don't listen to polka. But I could still say, wow, that was an interesting choice. I respect his boldness for choosing to go
I
polka.
don't think that makes sense. Like, I'm just gonna
Hey,
leave it at that.
that's fine.
Lord have mercy. Next, we have Brent Fayez, Luther's brother. We just call him Brent. Larger Than Life. This is an album. I actually did hear a couple records, but I didn't get to hear it in total. And I'm not sure where I stand on current day Brent. He's obviously hasn't lost his step as far as talent, but I don't know if he's recreating some of the sounds I originally liked them for. So, yeah, I didn't listen to it fully, so I gotta give it a 0.5.
For me, I'm not familiar with this guy by name, except that he was on one feature for a track that I like, and I feel like he ruined it. So I'm gonna give this a 0.
Buggy. This is. I'm a big Brent fan. Been a fan since he was Sonder. This was another very good project from him. A lot more of his classic style, Sonder-esque production. I give it a 4.
0.5.
Next, we have Don Toliver, Lovesick. I almost don't want to admit it, but did we listen to this?
Yes.
I just feel as if we've heard so much Don Toliver throughout features and stuff, and like this. So yeah, obviously that would make sense why I feel as if we heard so much because we listened to an entire album worth of it. It's so interesting. I feel as if this brother's just one like vocal note away from me enjoying their music, but their vocals just don't appeal to me. And I like the R&B, I like the R&B sound in general, but the vocals really make it bottom barrel. I would be in agony if I had to listen to this for a long time. So I'm just getting a 1.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, Speak of the Devil, this is the album that had the song that Brent Fayez was on. That song was great, probably one of my tops for the year. This album, however, was garbage overall, so I'm gonna give it a
I don't generally have an issue with him or his voice. I think he has potential to make good, compelling music, but a lot of his stuff is just very basic, doesn't go out of his comfort zone. Beat selection is very suspect. Um, I I'll give it a 2. Wasn't awful, but it just wasn't
0.
good.
Sorry, 0.
Let the man finish. um, Salute to Logic. I actually wanted to listen to Logic because he's supposed to be retired. I'm being relatively facetious. I don't think Logic has a lot to offer in this current day music market. it's kind of confusing how their career went and the direction they went. This is getting a fat 0, but you know, Logic is skilled or whatever, so you can never take that away from him.
Okay. I don't remember what I gave out Logic's album from last year. It was
Maybe
either
like a 4
it
or
was a
5.
4, yeah, 4 or
Yeah, you
5.
rated it very positively.
I
Buggy.
really liked that album. It was great.
Oh my!
However, and that's why I had interest in listening to this album. It came out very early in the year, I remember. But yeah, it definitely wasn't as good as last year. I'm gonna have to give it a 2.
0.
0.
Fair enough. Can you zoom in just a smidge more, Ace, if possible? Just so people don't have to scrunch their eyes or anything like that. Next we have, make sure you're looking at on year end on the YouTube stream so make sure everything's fine. Next we have the Dreamville Creed 3 soundtrack. Honestly, we don't like to do soundtracks, movie soundtracks on here. I guess this was a big enough buzz for it to even have ended up on here. And I did actually listen to this. It's because movie soundtrack. Why can't labels and like music groups just do their own collaborative albums without? And Dreamville does actually do a lot of that. They actually do a lot of that. This was super mid. This is 2.
Sorry. I didn't listen to this, and I don't know. I guess I intend to. But I don't think I count like these type of things. I don't know. I'm not gonna talk. I'll give it a 0.5.
I listened to some of it, and some of it I heard when watching the actual movie. I think I listened to the ones that had the features that I wanted to hear on it, and they didn't really impress me too much. I'll probably go back and listen to it again, but I'll give it I don't know. I'll give it a 2.
0.
Next, we have Macklemore with his album Ben. I don't know if his name is really Ben. I'm similar to Logic, no slight to the white passing brothers. I don't really understand what Macklemore's providing for this modern day music scene. Yeah, it's getting a 0.
0.
0.
0.
Next, we have Talib Kweli and Madlib, because producers love to get their credit these days, with Liberation 2. I actually did hear a singular record off this album. Talib Kweli still is super talented. But obviously, you gotta be in a certain vibe to bump this aptly by the name Liberation. And it's a very of the time of the social and political climate. So yeah, like I said, I did listen to like One's record, and it's something that I probably should consume all of it at a certain point. So I'll give it that 0.5.
Same. I'll give it a 0.5.
Man, no, give me a 0. Madlib is dope, but I can't.
0.5.
Next, we have T-Pain on top of the covers. Well, I don't know what T-Pain's doing these days. And when I say I don't know what he's doing these days, I know he's streaming. He streams like every day, and I tune in some of them. I like that. You can find him on Twitch. But as far as music, I mean, one, being a superstar legend. It's whenever I think of T Pain, I think of that mid late 2000s era, which I'm not really was really the biggest fan of. So yeah, I'm gonna just appreciate him for what he does outside of music and give this a zero.
Yeah, same 0. Was into his music.
0.
I might give this a 0.5. Realistically though, I might not. I heard he was covering Smino at a concert. I was like, this is pretty cool. But yeah, probably realistically 0.
Don't be influenced. Next we have 6 Lack. Really black, of course. Since I Have a Lover. Yeah, another brother in the R&B space that doesn't particularly move me, and it's not just because of his name and convention. Um, yeah, if this came on, I wouldn't turn it off, or even know it was them. But I don't really feel super charged to listen to this or their music in general. I probably should find a record of them that I really, really do like. But until then, this is again a zero.
I'm gonna give this one a 0.5 because this guy does have some tracks that I like.
I listened to this one and I was pretty impressed because it was better than I was expecting it to be. I'm not like a hater of his or anything, but it's just stuff is like usually bid with a couple of standout tracks. But this whole album, pretty pretty well put together. I'm going back and forth between a 3 and a 4. I'll give it a 3, I guess, but it's close to a 4.
Nice.
0. Wait, yeah, 0.
Fair enough. Next, we have JPEG Mafia and Danny Brown with Scaring the Hoes. Now, first and foremost, I was listening to this and having gone to concerts and knowing the type of women that attend the concerts. Not that, women and hoes are synonymous. I think this music can absolutely be music that some hoes would listen to. That being said, for me, I think it was definitely dope. Yeah, it was. I don't really have anything bad to say about this. Obviously, it's never perfect when it comes to Danny Brown and Jake Plug Mafia. I don't know their entire discography, so I don't know if I truly would say I'm rocking with them fully. But this is definitely a collab. I remember when they were doing promotion for this, and I enjoyed that too. Yeah, no, this was like a really solid project. Haven't I given out any fours yet? I don't think so. Yeah, I would consider this a 4.
All right. This one, I listened to this when it came out. I don't remember why in particular. Typically don't keep up with rap like that. But yeah,
Thank you for
like
sharing that information as we're listening. I was going through a whole review about rap and hip hop. Thank you.
yeah, disclosure stuff. But yeah, like from first this this album is the production on this album is like off the wall. It's just insane. The all the crazy samples and beat switches that's going on. It's so jarring that like from first listen I knew this was top albums. And then on top of that, like it's the perfect production for Danny Brown. JPEG Mafia, I've never been into like at all, but somehow because of the way he produced this album, it allowed me to appreciate his contribution as well as far as the rapping. So yeah, I love like every second of this album. It's hard for me to choose a top track because all of them are great to me. This is a 5 for me.
Hey, our first album of the year. This is where we usually let throw an air horn or two. Nice.
I'm not a big fan of Danny Brown. I have listened to some of JPEG Mafia stuff, and a lot of it is pretty off the wall. The production on this album, like you said, Ace, was insane, and mostly in a good way. A lot of it, they did a little too much. I'll give it a. I don't know. I'll give it a 2. No, I'll give it a 3. I'll give it. No, you know what? This is a 2. It's not better than Six Act album, or as
Come on, stand on what you mean.
it's a 2. It's good, but it's. I would like it more if I was into Danny Brown more. But
I enjoyed it. I'll give it a 3. I didn't have a lot of time with it, but yeah, it was very interesting.
Nice. Jeez. Next we have Quando Rondo Recovery. For the news I don't know, he's an artist that's under Young Boy, his label. And that tells you a lot right there. Also, if you're curious, if what they do IRL, I know some people are moved by real life gangsters. My brother was recently arrested on literal federal charges for drug possession and reasonable suspicion of trying to distribute. Anyway, I say all that to say this is gonna get a 0.
0.
0.
Oops.
Leave that.
Next, we have B Kool-Aid with Leather Boulevard. I don't know if I have the utmost familiarity. I didn't listen to
This
this.
is a collab album with Pink Sifu
Okay. I'm a bit more
and
moved.
Ali, the guy he produced.
I feel as if, and not to get in spoiler territory, because I've been surprised by some other albums that I didn't have too much familiarity with it. I just put it on this list because it was on the hip hop albums list. I'll give it a 0.5. My interest is peaked.
Yeah, exact same. I'll give it a 0.5. Don't know anything about this artist.
I listened to this earlier in the year. I'll give it a 3. It was good. I'm definitely gonna listen to it again. Ali is a really good producer. Pink Sifu, his stuff is kind of hit or miss for me. He had some good verses on this one. Kool-Aid.
Oh,
I don't-
AWLEE.
yeah,
Something like that.
yeah.
I know
You
it.
probably know who he is.
Yeah, I just never say these people's names out loud.
Yeah, he had some real good projects. Oh yeah, I forgot he did Life. I forgot about that. Yeah, you definitely know who he is. But
Yeah.
it was good.
0.5 for me.
Next, we have Chloe with In Pieces. So it's a Chloe and the Bailey sisters.
I didn't know who this was.
Jesus, they're obviously super talented. And you know what's interesting? Obviously, there are no quote unquote good, righteous, or pure-hearted individuals in this industry, or maybe this culture. But those sisters always seems to be nice and genuine and pleasant. And obviously they're the not offspring literally, but offspring of Beyonce. So, they seem like cool folks. As far as their vocals and their talent, I've heard it done well on some records, and obviously they have some super popular records. But some of their solo stuff really, or even some of their features, have really been like this. I feel as if you could have got better. So I'm not particularly moved when I see a solo album. So I'm gonna give it a 0. But I hope something changes in the future.
I'll give it a 0.5 because I do like to listen to pop. I don't know much about her.
Jesus. In the interim, what do you think, Ghost?
Uh, I don't know. I guess a 0.5. I'm really not super familiar with either of their musics. I think they're good vocalists, but I haven't given their music a chance at all. So no, I'll listen to it.
And then we can fill it in, but what do you give it, Wes?
0.
Jesus. And 0.5 for Ghost. I'm assuming we still got Ace at the controls, but obviously if you're not, just let us know. Next we got Larry June and The Alchemist, The Great Escape. The Alchemist is one of the busiest producers. They are on a lot of people's albums, whether it's just a a spot producer making 1 or 2 records, or if they're just doing a whole collab. Salute to Alchemist. Like not too many producers. Well, obviously producers are hardworking, but it seems like they go the extra. But I didn't get to listen to this Larry June album. I like that artwork and Alchemist production. I don't think they would work with talentless individuals, so this is definitely getting a 0.5.
Yeah, 0.5. I like Alchemist's production for the most part. Don't call who Larry June is.
Well, no, 0. Not a huge Alchemist fan. I've heard enough of Larry June to know that I'm not super into him. If one of y'all listens to it and says that it's good, then I'll change that. But otherwise, for now, it's a 0.
We need another score for that. Like I don't have any interest, but I could have interest if somebody else lets me know.
0.
Right.
That's a point. That's a 0.25.
Okay, next we have Mick Jenkins, The Patience. Man, I almost went. We almost didn't add this to the list because it's not on the god dang Spotify, not Spotify, the Wikipedia page. But yeah, Mick Jenkins put out an album this year. Definitely go listen to it. Definitely enjoyed it. I'm trying to kind of think of a comprehensive because I don't want to just come out here and give it, the high score that is going to get. Spoiler alert. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely pure Mick Jenkins. If you're not familiar with the brother, Chicago-based artist, and one of the few that come from that. He's kind of more 2015, 2014, maybe 16, depending on how you look at it. But definitely still very much trudging isn't the right word, but carrying on that his sound. Mick Jenkins super talented on this. I would say potentially not even potentially. I would say it is on the more like grim vibes, and that's obviously not a slight for me. But if anyone is looking for more like eccentric sounding music, then maybe this wouldn't be the vibe. Definitely seems like the brother's been plotting or maybe being patient to release this. It definitely sounds like the bars that he put some thought into it. Definitely, still holding on to that, Mick Jenkins cleverness. There's a couple bars on here that really, makes me like, okay, yeah, he's being clever and catchy. This was super dope, super good. So it's getting that 4.
Nice. Yeah, like I wasn't checking for this in particular because I haven't been checking for Mick for a while now. Um I I prefer when he's, mostly just rapping over um not so jazzy beats or instrumentals. And I don't know, the last time I listened to him, that's what he was doing. So yeah, I haven't checked for him for a while. But this album, like he went back to just straight spitting and it was great. Like it's exactly what I wanted. Um Not to say the artist should cater to the audience,
Oh, here we go.
but no, this was great. So I'm gonna give it a 4 as well. And I think I have a standout track. Yeah, Sitting Ducks featuring Benny the Butcher, which was not a feature that I ever expected to see. Perfectly.
Uh, I somehow missed this one. I meant to listen to it some point early in the year and just didn't. So it's a 0.5, strong 0.5. We'll get to it.
They're gonna be a 4 for me. He's doing his thing.
Excellent. Wrap that text in the comments, Ace. Next we have NF Hope. We listened to an NF project in previous years, and I don't remember getting bad scores. But all that to say, I didn't. I didn't get the. We didn't get. I didn't get a chance to listen to this one, so I am going to lean towards 0.5. But NF is one of those artists that
I'm gonna try to get in touch.
they're on a very not it's not slippery slope, because obviously who am I to even have a slippery slope with artists, but like I gotta hear like a banger in order for me to give a stamp of approval.
Okay, this one is going to be a 0. Yeah, I don't know this dude enough, but I'm not really that interested.
NF is garbage. 0. He's really bad.
Hard 0.
Next we have Ray Shermer. Sherm Life 4. I know it might not seem like that, but that is the name of the album. Man, this was a tough listening to, and not tough as in a positive tough. It's like these brothers, oof. I'm trying to think of literally anything positive to say. It's really not coming to mind. Obviously, you do know what you are getting when you listen to a Ray Sherman. Definitely, if you're at a party and it's a bunch of young boys and young girls and you don't really want the energy flowing. But it doesn't connect or resonate, because you can definitely do that, and you can definitely do that in a way that definitely hits hard. It just doesn't. Yeah, they have obviously throughout their career they put out some what I would even call bangers, but this album doesn't appear to have any of those. Let's get a 1.
This is a 1. Like, goodness gracious, this was like children making party music. It was just, yeah, these guys are off.
1.
0.
Next we have Black Thought and L. Michaels Affair.
Looks like Michelle.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. With Glorious Game. You know what's interesting, and I hope this Michelle Michael isn't the reason why I feel this way, but you know what's interesting. As I was listening to this, I felt as if this actually isn't like Black Thought's greatest outing. It definitely has that like authentic, like one of the, if not the best rapper alive vibe, just in the fact that Black Thought can, or sounds like he's doing this so effortlessly. But yeah, it just I don't know. Maybe it was more so the production that didn't wow me, and some of the records it's still rapping well, but it's kind of slow. And not that rapping slow is a slight, but for Black Thought, I don't know. You expect a bit more punch. Um, yeah, and it's not in any way a bad album. Definitely listen to it, and you will definitely enjoy it. And think, and like I said, think Black Thought is a beast. But I would say this is a 3, just in total like quality of the body of the album.
Exact same 3 for me. Black Thought is a beast, but it just didn't capture me. I will say standout track for me here was Hot way. But yeah, that's it.
This is a 4. Get really good album production. It wasn't bad. It just didn't really fit him. Yeah,
That is
still a great album. But
that is a good way to put it.
Yeah, probably best living rapper that comes to mind. But I did not get to listen to this, and I'll give it a 0.5.
You struggle?
Next we have Annalie Chopper, Cottonwood 2. Oh man, there's certain artists where it's like, they have like definitely captured and built a community and audience, and it makes me want to understand what the commotion's about, even though I'm typically against hype. Annalie is one of those where I've heard it and I see it, and it's not connecting. Um, yeah, and maybe they probably have done interviews and have spoken about how they're really not even meant to be for everybody. It's gonna get a 0.
0, 0, 0. I think he was a freshman, and yeah, I didn't like him there, and I'm sure I would like his.
0.
0.
Next we have Young Blue, Love Scars 2. A lot of people are dropping their sequel albums this year. Yeah, I don't necessarily have the best gauge on the brother. Again, super popular, super doing his thing. It has some features that I've heard that are like really, really dope. So I would say they fall into a category of I want to hear more that would really capture me. I'm kind of doubtful that it exists though. And I just kind of want to be sparing with my 0.5 because 0.5 means at some point you probably should go and listen to it. So I'm gonna give it a 0, but I guess I'm gonna still go. So if somebody comes in here and says it's good, then I might be more inclined.
Yeah, yeah, I never heard of this guy.
That's
Based
not
on
true.
that, I have.
Yes.
Was he a freshman?
No, I don't believe so.
Was he on a feature?
Yes, probably. I'm not gonna point you to the right. I'm just saying you heard the name Young Blue before. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, I don't recall hearing of this guy, and the album art looks bad, so I'm gonna give it a 0.
Yeah, both of y'all's points are just exactly how I feel about this 0. Unless someone comes and listens to it and tells me it's good, but yeah.
I'm gonna listen to this one. No, I'm just kidding. 0.
Dude.
Next we have Red Veil with Playing with Fire, and somebody was talking about this earlier in the week. Yeah, and it's definitely under the category of I'm not too familiar, but my interest has definitely been piqued. So it's definitely getting a 0.5.
Yep, 0.5. I think he was sure that I don't remember it.
You kind of cut out a bit there, Ace.
Oh, sorry, I just said I think he was on a feature that I liked, but I don't remember it.
Red Veil's super dope. He's like crazy. I think he's only like 18 or 19 or something, but his product last year was fantastic. This one was more of a little EP. It was still really good production. He sub-produces all his albums, and production was top notch. I'll give this a 4. I do recommend y'all listen to this one. It was good.
Should have got to it.
I think I checked for him. I think I heard him on a feature, then I checked for him once or something, and I wasn't impressed. Plus, I'm not a fan of the name. But
What's wrong
on
with
that
that?
recommendation,
Name.
on that recommendation, I'll give it a 0.5.
Well, if y'all want a track from this one, PWF was good.
Nice. Thank you for that. That's actually a good way to go about it. Whenever, and Ace, you've been kind of filling up, but whenever you do have a recommended track for people that, for those of us who haven't listened to it, feel free to include that. We talked about this. This actually was come out because we actually reviewed another Lloyd Banks album. So just leave that blank. I think if you were to try to delete it, it would kind of screw things up. So we'll just leave that blank. So Lloyd Banks. We have another album to discuss. So
What do you mean leave it blank? It's on the list.
Yeah, I would count it. Like it doesn't really matter.
For those who aren't familiar with it, and the people that are on the podcast are 100% familiar with it, while there might be some slight exceptions to the rules in some instances, we do a one artist, one album per year.
Why do we do that? Didn't we have
Exactly.
Young Boy Never Broke
Yeah,
Again
that's a
twice?
you. I don't think we ever consented.
And guess how many of those got listened to? That's literally purely for the meme. Because this is about capturing that artist.
No, it's about the best.
I don't know why I was interrupted. I didn't even finish the sentence.
My bad.
That what the artist output was for that year, and what we're grading is that artist's best foot forward, their best outing, their best package.
But how do we know if we didn't listen to one?
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I literally asked the one person that did listen to both of them.
What if y'all disagree with my opinion? I don't agree with that. Like, you're telling me if Kendrick drops 2 albums in a year, that
would be an exception to the rule. That's like,
what? No. This shouldn't be a rule.
None of this is open for discussion during the literal podcast. Like, this is.
Well, it's on the list right now, so I don't understand why we can't.
I mean,
it might screw up the scoring too. I don't.
Well, that's why I said don't. That's why I said don't put any scores. Just ignore it. Put it.
No, I'm saying if it has nothing.
Well, then we'll edit it in the end. It really makes no difference. The result's not going to change.
But I want to know Ghost score.
Then you can talk to him after the podcast and ask him if there's no score.
Want to know Ghost score.
This is a good album, a 4. I recommend listening to it, which y'all wouldn't have known if we didn't go through and
First of all, it's Lloyd Banks. Nobody's doubting the quality of it. Let's all relax.
Lloyd Banks' album from last year wasn't that great.
What do you mean wasn't that great?
It wasn't.
It wasn't trash.
I think I gave it like a 3 or something.
A 3 is good. All right.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna listen to a 3 if Ghost gave it a 3.
The triggering is starting to occur.
Well, it sounds
again. The crazy part is you guys had your opportunity to try to discuss this when we talked about these 2 albums, and I asked, okay, what's the best one? The better one was given, and we moved on. But it's fine. We can adjust in future years. As of right now, one album, unless it's exceptional rules or Young Boy, and that's not changing for right now.
So you just make the entire rule.
The exception is Young Boy, not Lloyd Banks.
I mean, am I talking Mandarin Chinese? Like,
why is the exception Young Boy?
Because I already said it's a meme.
Because
Young Boy puts out an album every year. I mean, an album every month, and nobody listens to them.
So
what do you say?
That doesn't make sense. So,
oh my!
Everything else is for where we're talking about the value of, like, we're actually trying to quantify the value of the albums. But for this, it's the meme value.
I'm just like, I don't even know what you're defending or what you're trying to use. It's Young Boy. Does anyone care?
What? It doesn't make sense. We care about Lloyd Banks, so
yeah, we want the ones that we care about. I mean, if we're gonna make an exception, it should be for something we care about.
The goal of this list, I thought, isn't to just go through each artist's best output of the year. It's the best or the encapsulation of the hip hop that was released.
That's why I asked, hey, which one's better? And we had the discussion.
According to yourself,
I don't recall it. I mean, you're
holy.
I don't disbelieve you, but I don't recall.
The crazy part is I'm not even necessarily against you guys.
Okay,
I
so
am.
then
I am against you guys because I do believe it should be the artist's best outing. But I'm not even against this how some level of democracy here. It's just not changing this right now. It's like
what do you mean? We could have rated this and moved on already. It takes 2 seconds.
we
Point
could
five,
have
point
we could
five,
have done an entirely
4.5.
different podcast about an entirely different subject. I'm not interested in what we could have done. I'm telling you what's happening.
What do you mean? So because you want it, then that's just what we're doing?
Because we discussed it. An answer
We
was
didn't
given, and
discuss this.
we did. An answer
We
was given,
discussed
and
what
a
you said,
choice
which
was
one was a
made.
better. This is
Kind
foolish.
of, it's kind of like relatively simple. There's really nothing to go back and forth about. If we
It's
wanted to change
foolery.
things in
Yeah, it's simple. You want it a certain way, so we're
following
doing it
years,
that way. What
that's the
makes no sense.
discussion. But it's not changing right now.
Just stupid. That's dumb. That's really dumb.
I'll say, moving on.
It's really stupid.
And speaking of which,
Oh,
young
we
boy,
get to the exception to the rule because Quest wants it this way.
That's why I saw it right there.
I'm gonna drop it, but it's not just a Quest thing. I use the opportunity to discuss it.
What do you mean, Quest? You're saying we discussed it when
Anyway,
we're
moving
discussing
on.
it now, and you're saying I want it this way, so that's how it's happening.
I'm
When
giving
we have
this
multiple
young
people
boy
disagreeing.
album that we're currently talking about a 0.
0.
0.
Next, we have Jack Harlow, Jackman. Man, this is gonna make me seem like I'm just kind of bigoted towards white and white passing artists. But yeah, Jack Harlow is some lame shit. I have no interest in hearing his music. Let's get a 0.
0.
0.
0.
Next, we have Billy Woods and Kenny Siegel with Maps. I feel as if we've been talking a lot about Billy Woods, leading up to this, which is unfortunate because I didn't get to listen to it. So, pardon me. It's gonna get a 0.5.
This is a 4. Billy Woods is a great rapper. I don't know how to quantify it in words, but yeah, I don't know. He reminds me of Doom in that if I actually decide, or when I decide to dig into his lyrics and try to figure out what the heck he's talking about, it's always it's always rewarding. Like there's never a time where it's like, oh, you just talk. Yes, it's always something that's rewarding to dig into. So yeah, really would. Top track, soft.
Um, 2, I guess. I don't get any enjoyment out of Billy Woods, but people keep saying that he's good, so maybe I'm missing something. I won't give it a 1 because he's not bad necessarily, but I don't know. He's bad to me. I wouldn't say he's bad in general.
I didn't get to listen to this one, but I like Billy Woods. 0.5. And Kenny Siegel.
Nice. Next, we have Conway the Machine. Only Do It. I don't want to keep saying I feel as if. It seemed like there wasn't a lot of Griselda, or as much as in previous years. Which I mean, they one of the groups that have produced the most music out of like a lot of rappers these days. So maybe it's not a bad thing when you slow down just a tad bit. I'm super empty of this. I'm kind of pissed I didn't get to hear it, so it's gonna get that 0.5.
0.5.
Honestly, 0. Conway is all right, but his recent stuff probably not.
He has good features. I do like him, but I don't realistically. I don't know if I'll listen to this one. 0.
Next we have holy, what is it? Radays? Ramadan and Thelonious Martin with 2409 West Lawson. I thought I wasn't too familiar. I thought it was gonna be some West Coast stuff, but it has more of like a not necessarily Christian, but like a spiritual heavy on the prayer side church vibes, which is definitely pleasant to hear when it's done correctly. The bars are definitely decent. It's one of those projects where like you don't have to expect a lot going into, it, but then you'll be pleasantly surprised. And it's not that long, which I know that shouldn't be a factor in some of these albums, but having had to listen to a lot of these albums in a short period of time, that unfortunately does become a factor. So its length is greatly appreciated. I give it a 3 for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this one a 3. It wasn't too memorable for me, but the dude can rap. The beats were good. Like it was just a solid project, solid quick EP, like Quest said.
0.5. I listened to the Thelonious Martin project he dropped like 10 years ago, and I haven't kept up with anything he's done since. Never heard of Rodamins, but whatever. But I'll check it out.
Y'all gave it 3s. I'm gonna give it a 0. I caught like the beginning of it, and it did sound interesting, but I don't know if realistically I'm gonna get to it.
Oh look, another YoungBoy album. Stupidest rule ever.
They keep coming.
Zeros everywhere. Just skip it because we already know.
He is correct.
Dumb.
Next we have Belly with Mumble Rap 2. I thoroughly enjoy Belly. If you don't know, he's Canada based. That might not be true, but I know he's definitely under the Weeknd's EXO group, and he's Middle Eastern. If anyone cares about that. Yeah, it's kind of interesting the way they kind of just fit themselves into hip hop, where it's not too it's not like your Royce da Five Black Thought, but I would say it is far above the literal mumble rappers, if you remember that era. Yeah, I don't know. It's really just one of my favorites out of this year. I really feel inclined to give it that penultimate, but I 5. But I do gotta be conservative. Um, I really enjoyed the project. You could say some of the bars are kind of outside of the realm of the things that are in my interest. There's a lot of drug influenced bars, and some of the features actually detract in IMO. But as far as the entire sound, I'm always gonna be able to spin Belly albums. I'll give it a 4.
I am going to give this one a 3. It did like it the same way the Rodimus was good to me. This was good. It was solid. So it was 3.
This is a 2. I mean, I'm not going to give it a 1, but I kind of don't understand what you're seeing or hearing when you say it's one of the best of the year. This is very mid, in my opinion. Wasn't awful, but
I didn't catch enough of this one. I guess by the gradient, I might have to give it a listen. 0.5.
Next we have holy Kreichiname. That's how you say it?
Ketramine.
Keitranime who was of course a collab. Did I say it wrong again?
Yeah.
Close enough.
Whatever. Which is of course a collab with QuestLando and Anime.
Amine.
Anyway, we did listen to it. It almost makes me feel like I can finally say anime. It's not really a hand for me, but it's definitely not bad. It's definitely quality, and Kitchenada, or I definitely respect their contributions, the way they put records together, production, things of that nature. I'll give it a 2. Not trash, but it definitely confirmed it for me. It's not it for me.
All right, for me, just off the names alone, I don't really remember too much about Kaytranada or Amine separately, their music. But and I wasn't going into this album with high expectations, but I really liked a good amount of the tracks on this project. It has just such a like Amine's rapping. He has such a I don't know good level of like it's that perfect level of confidence and just like I don't know. He's not spitting bars that are way over your head or anything, but it just works so well. And Kaytranada's production, like it had a great bounce to it throughout the whole project, including the tracks that I really liked. I'm teetering between a 3 and a 4. I'm gonna give it a 3 because there were too many tracks that just um didn't pique my interest, but yeah, there were some really great tracks on here, and I think I'll definitely be tracking for them in the future. So I'm gonna give it a 3, and I'm gonna say West Side was probably my favorite track in this project.
Uh, I'll give it a 3. Overall, it wasn't it wasn't an amazing project, but there were some specific standout tracks. Kind of just felt more like a mixtape to me, but the standout tracks were really good. So decent album.
Yeah, I'll give it the 4. Very enjoyable, and yeah, I think the standout tracks bring it up for me.
Next, we have a little dark, almost healed. Man, I should have pushed for this getting a full listen to this week. I actually didn't hear the album in totality. I kind of heard, not kind of, but I heard all like minute pieces or 30, 40-second pieces of like a lot of the records. Um, but it just kind of pains me because Dark is one of my favorite artists. But every time I heard a piece off of this, it just um kind of felt like I'm being screeched at, and it almost makes me feel like maybe I don't necessarily favor Dirk the way I think I do. It's just certain records and certain type of way he raps. Um, and if he's doing something contrast to that, it's not in. Um, so it does kind of give a conflicting point. This is probably one of the albums where it's kind of like complex because if I try to take credit for it, I would end up giving it a 1. But if I didn't, I'd end up giving it a 0 because I don't really plan to be listening to this a lot or at all. I'm gonna this year I'm gonna be like pretty. I don't know if conservative is the right word. I'm gonna be pretty like unless I really consumed it and really know it in the back in the back of my brain, I'm not really gonna even try to guess it. So I gotta give it a 0, which sucks a lot to me.
Jeez, I was hoping you would go through the album to at least see if there's another aha on it, but
Well,
yeah.
and that's the thing. I got that kind of brings me to one other point. It's this the same thing happened to me with one of the Khaled albums in the past, DJ Khaled, where like what I did hear from it, like it was like pretty much all bad. But then I actually did find out the record that I really really like, and is the record I listen to this day, and I don't skip it at all. So I'm sure one of those, I'm praying one of those probably does exist on this album. I just haven't found it yet, and I've heard, and from what I heard, it felt like so like, I haven't felt compelled to go and look for it yet, but that's my 2 cents on it.
Well, when you find it, Ghost.
I tried to listen to this. It's a one, in that viral track with J. Cole, the All My Life was
All
so
my
awful
life.
that I might have given this a 2 if it weren't for that one, but I hated that track so much. So yeah.
0.
Next we have Kodak Black, Pistols and Pearls. Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record. An artist where a lot of people love him. It's, he has one of the biggest fan bases and loyal supporters. People say Kodak Black is a whole genius. I listen to this stuff, and I listen to his music, and his music feels so reflective of his IRL life. A brother that's unfortunately is an addict, is a purebred Floridian, and none of these things, are irredeemable. Some people go through certain things or come from certain places and are amazing. This brother I don't find to be at all. Salute to all my Haitians, but this is gonna get 0.
0.
0.
0.
Next we have McKinley Dixon, Beloved, Paradise, Jazz. Man, this was that album that me and Ghost listened to, and another example of an album where you don't really have really much expectations. It ends up on this list because it's on the list, and honestly, to call this pure hip hop, I don't even know if it was accurate. I don't know what you classify it as, and I'm not too hard. I don't be too hard stuck on genres. It's just dope sounding. I mean, the title is not a total lie. There is some jazz elements to this. It's really just smooth music, and I found it really. I found it super enjoyable, especially like, I mean, it's pretty obvious, but obviously, while you listen to these albums, you're not just glued to your headphones. You're obviously doing other things, and I think the fact that I was doing other things while I listened to, I really got just a good appreciation for it. Something that like, if you listen to, or if you're familiar with the brother, I don't know if all their music is an embodiment of this album, but if you are familiar with this album or this brother and you just listen to it in the background, you could super enjoy it and maybe sing along to it and all that stupid jazz, no pun intended. Anyway, this was super enjoyable. This is upwards of a 4 just because how dope it came in, and really was just dope to me. And as far as some records, I actually made a boom boom, and I forget if it was the second record or the third record that's like a standout track to me. So I'll just give them both, because maybe they even like bled into each other, and I thought it was just one record. It's a relatively short album too, if you're looking for a short album. It's the Sun I Rise, or Sun, I Rise, and McKen. No, I'm saying that wholly wrong. MEZZA NINE. Tripping. Yes. Mezzanine. Thank you. Y'all know I can't read. Just one more time, I give it a 4.
All right, I'll give it a 0.5. Did not get to it.
I'll give it a 2. It wasn't bad, but I didn't. It's a weird album because I'm never gonna listen to it again, but it did enough that if he drops another project, I will check it out. And again, it wasn't like actively awful. It just didn't do
anything. Ghost, did you listen to Casa Overall's album? It's like ice cream, something about ice cream.
Sounds very familiar.
The description that Quest gave reminded me of that, and I'm wondering if there's any similarity. But if there
Oh,
is,
this album.
I
I've
know.
listened to some of this. I haven't fully gone all the way through it, so I couldn't tell you.
All right. Well, I'm gonna give it a 0.5. Sounds interesting. Sounds like something I'd like.
Dope. Next we have Moneybag Yo, Hard to Love. That title is so aptly named. If you're not familiar, Moneybag Yo is a brother from Memphis. Makes that street hustler, gangster, and pain music. Who's addicted to lean, like fully of like no shame in it. I guess there is quote unquote shame in it. They continue to talk about how they need to get off of it, but it's like every record. It just simply tends to be like the first 10 seconds of the record. You know that they are addicted to drink. All that being said, I'm honestly super familiar with Moneybag Yo's sound. It's you know him when you hear him. And I'm really struggling to say anything else positive. It's not that it's not for me. It's just it's like I find it hard to understand who it would be for, and obviously, I guess I kind of get an introduction to say that if you're from the hood and you deal with a lot of internal pain, and you clearly probably should just go to a counselor to get it off you, and maybe a addiction specialist, rehab center. Maybe this is who he speaks for and speaks to. He's obviously incredibly popular, but it just I listen to it. I'm like, it's repetitive. It's sad. It's I really struggle to find who it's for. But obviously, I'm not trying to discredit the brother, but it's definitely a one, and I would rather have not listened to it because I could already have known what was gonna happen going into it.
Yeah, this is a one for me. I'm generally not a big fan of Southern rappers, so you're already starting off bad just from there. But then, yeah, all the stuff Quest said about his content, it's like he's a character assassin for himself, and he paints himself as like the bad guy, not in a cool way, just in a like, dude, this why are you saying this stuff on a track, like, or multiple tracks, like a lot of tracks. um so yeah, he's not good, like just not one.
0.
0.
Fair enough. Next we have Sexy Red, hottest princess. This is obviously getting a 0. I don't really want to say Salute to Sexy Red, and I think I will say Salute to Sexy Red. Just because it's kind of impressive when you can come from nothing and gain some level of status. I will take this time to get one quick thing off my chest because I don't think it'll ever come into place anywhere else. And this is obviously, again, no slight here. This is just kind of based off the literal situation that happened. Because I was gonna kind of give a little intro for people that aren't super familiar with Sexy Red and some of their lyrics, records, their perception, but it's fine. You're better off not knowing. But earlier not even this year, that happened probably less than a month ago. They did a Record Club interview. Of course, when you're doing an album rollout, you always do a Record Club interview, of course. And they went up there, and one of the co-hosts, she was kind of being shady towards. But that was because one of the co-hosts, if you're not, some people are familiar with this, just hilarious. The co-hosts in the past have said something about them because they have bars or have said things to the Sexy Red that says things to the effect of like, even if he has an STD, I'm still gonna smash him. And I know that sounds wild, but this is like literally what they've said. So it's So the co-host, just hilarious, posted a comment about that before. There was something to the effect of like, "Girl, you tripping" or something like that. Everybody was coming at them, but sometimes when you see the person that was actually commenting in real life, it gets a little shady and things of that nature. So they were calling them out. They were saying, "Hey, you don't even really f with me, so why are you trying to be fake on this interview? If you're doing an interview, obviously you have to be cordial." And as I'm watching this, the Just Hilarious girl is like kind of like trying to be apologetic, trying to be like, I don't really mean it like that. I don't gotta be with you. I actually love your music. I actually love you as an artist. Trying to play up to that. And while I'm watching that and I'm seeing the aftermath of that, all I can think to my mind is like, I don't really understand why they didn't stand on that. I mean, I guess maybe they just feel like it's their job and they have to be cordial, but um, I think they should have standed on that. Um, again, no offense, but all offense. Sexy Red is a little degenerate. And I don't understand why anybody would even try to like co-sign or cover for this. Obviously, I'm not one of those big like hip hop is the biggest problem that black and brown people are dealing with, but I mean this is like blatantly like there is little to no redeeming value. All that off my chest aside, what do y'all think?
0.
Low key, I could rate this because I've heard enough of the damn singles, but 0.
0. But real quick, not to spark a conversation, but do we think that she got popular just off meme value, or people legitimately
I
enjoy it?
forgot we had this discussion.
But we already. I was
People
like, did we
enjoy it.
already have this discussion?
Yeah, it probably wasn't on the pot.
It
Probably
was.
Was?
When I first was it?
It wasn't on the pod. No.
No.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, I was just saying when I first heard the infamous bar, I was sure that everybody posting it was laughing at it. But
A bar?
eventually yeah.
But
'Cause-
yeah.
and so like
my
that's
something
why
or other
everybody was
brown and
yeah,
my
yeah,
something
yeah,
or
yeah,
other
of
is
course.
pink.
Yeah, but everybody who posted it that I saw was making complete fun of it and like parodying it, or not necessarily parodying it, but just putting it out there as like this is ridiculous. And suddenly she has music and fans, but I didn't know if it was more parody value or not parody value, but like meme value or people.
I mean,
just like,
maybe she got popular because of that, that but I don't think people listen to her meme value.
yeah, not. I mean, maybe not now, but I think she definitely blew up. To me, it seemed like on meme value.
Mm.
Fair enough. Next we have Fuego. Go Plus? Anyway, if you recall, Fuego was a double XL freshman recently. They definitely weren't an artist that we felt confident in before, and I don't feel confident in them now. But, you obviously hope for the best for all these youngins. But this is getting a 0.
Yeah, I think I mix him up with Babytron, but both of them would have zeros for me, so this is a 0.
0.
0.
Next we have Gunna, a gift and a curse. Remember, earlier this year, Gunna was wrapped up in that whole YSL Rico trial case. But then something happened where they were able to get out, but the other members of YSL weren't. And we know what that. And then a whole bunch of speculation. I'm not gonna say we know what that means, but then a whole bunch of speculation came out for why that could have happened. All I'd say just give a background. Gunna definitely falls in the category of artists people enjoy. I'm not no hater, but I don't get it or see it. And at this point, I'm lost interest in trying to do that. So that's gonna get a 0. Dang, that's a lot of zeros.
Yeah, this is a 0. We'll say I like this guy's name though.
Y'all in the names. 0.5. I'll listen to it. Gunna's 90% of his stuff isn't great, but he has some decent tracks, so I'll check it out.
0.
Next we have Killer Michael, one of the one of the Grammy nominated albums on this list of 2023. Salute to Killer Mike. He's in that tier or just a tier below as far as rappers alive doing it the best. Especially when it comes to some of that Run the Jewel stuff. But this is of course his solo project, which I'm super ecstatic that he's Grammy nominated. That really puts a warm heart in my backpack hip hop bag. Um, this album, it's so interesting because it's you really see how like when he's not working with LP, the other half of Run the Jewels, his sound is like not southern, but more akin to like how he like talks and lives. Kind of like you can tell he's from the country, at least in my opinion. But it was still super dope. Killer Mike's bars and just his energy is something that's easily to gravitate towards, and I've never really heard too much slight when it comes to Killer Mike. Um, it's so interesting. Like it was really his album in every sense of the word. Even the record that LP was on, it. I mean, if of course it's obviously gonna feel a bit more on the jewels than other records. But it still felt like a micro record. The only reason why this album doesn't, and I don't want to, I'm not saying it's not Grammy nom worthy. The only reason why it doesn't feel as big to me is because the single with Andre 3000 and Future and I think another person. I actually didn't really, I was really wasn't fond of, and I think it was just an example of like when you have a super dope lyricist, and the single is kind of more like radio friendly. Sometimes those records don't tend to hit. It's kind of like a Kendrick Lamar humble situation, but not as worse in any case. Not as bad as that. Um, damn, it really is between that like dope and good spot. And I'm trying to be like y'all. Y'all are mean when it comes to these ratings. So I'm gonna give it a 3.
Okay. Yeah, I am a huge fan of Run the Jewels. So I was looking forward to this project. Killer Mike is just an all around great rapper. Like I said, I typically don't like Southern rappers, but he breaks the mold completely, shatters it. Um, I'm gonna give it a 3. Um, but one thing I will say is like a lot of the stuff that he does on this album, I typically don't like. Like one of the big things is having like gospel singers in the background and stuff. It typically doesn't work for me. But on this album, like somehow he it works in a way where it actually like gets to me in on an emotional level. Like he's really able to convey his ideas and the things that he's talking about um in a way that actually works. So one of the tracks that stood out in that way was "Shed Tears." So I'm gonna just drop that in the comments. And yeah, the gospel vocals going crazy in the background. It did the trick.
Uh, 2. I honestly didn't enjoy this album. I didn't like the single with Andre 3000 either. It just didn't work for me. I don't know. I don't want to say it felt self indulgent, but I wasn't a huge fan of it.
I'll give this a 4. I liked it a lot, and Scientists and Engineers, I absolutely loved. Andre 3000 was spitting poetry, and uh, yeah, that was one of my top tracks, probably of the year. So I don't know what y'all want. It was so good.
Dang.
Aaron Allen Kane was good. Future was good. Everybody was good on that track. I don't know.
Oh, I kind of wish you didn't add that last part. 'Cause I was gonna say nice. That really goes to show, we're not influenced by each other on here, and we can all respect each other's input. That last comment kind of slick. Next we have Cool Keith with Black Elvis 2. Again, a lot of sequel albums. We started to listen to this, but I guess we just ended up not getting to it. So yeah, I'm not gonna hold We're already damn near at 2 hours. It's getting a point five. I definitely want to hear it. So at some point we will get to. I will get to that.
Yeah, this would have been a zero if we hadn't started listening to like the first track. It sounded like Cool Keith was spitting, but I barely heard what he was saying. But in general, like he does drop a lot of music, or he has dropped a lot of music over the years, and I haven't necessarily checked for him, because he does get into some kind of off the wall stuff. Um, but that isn't in a good way to me. But yeah, since based on what we heard, I'll give it a point five.
Uh, Zero. I'm really not too familiar with him and don't have any interest in getting familiar.
No, he's done some interesting stuff in a good way and in a bad way, or different and a bad way.
Octagon.
Yeah, but uh, I remember there was a project that I did like from him years ago. Um, but no, I know he has skill. However, I don't think I'll be getting to this project, so I'm gonna put a zero. But yeah.
Yeah, he's just for anybody not familiar. He's one of those guys that does like different personas on his albums. Like he'll, choose a theme or whatever and run with a different persona. So
Hmm.
Nice,
it can be interesting, but it's very hit or miss.
nice, and thank you for that. Obviously, for some of these artists, I've been kind of giving them a little bit of intro or background, but I haven't. I don't do that for everyone. If you guys feel like inclined to do that for some of the artists, please do. Next we have Coil Ray with this Koi. There's their album. Salacious album artwork aside, this was interesting listening to. Um, I, the only reason why his young sister is on my mind is because we had that conversation about her and her father recently. Their music doesn't hit to me at all. Um, but I mean, artist wise, I think they probably are cool. If that's worth any points.
Artist
But
wise or person wise?
yeah, person wise, sorry.
Oh,
Um, Maybe it's just big because if you're from New York, I automatically kind of like you just a little bit more. But yeah, I gotta keep it a buck. If I really was if I really was choosing sides or giving people favors, I would rate it higher. But the album is really like a one, and I was looking, I was looking for that too, but or not too. I was looking for that album, that record that kind of bumps it up, but it's a one.
yeah. So after we listened to this together, I went back to and I did find a couple of tracks that I liked quite a bit. Um, so this goes to a two for me. I think Coil Ray in general is talented as an artist. She just does not generally make music that I like. But yeah, one of those standout tracks was uh sorry, No Angels with Lola Brooke, who also killed it.
Uh, I mean, it's between a one or a two. It wasn't offensively bad, but it was still bad. And no, this is a one. Honestly, like every single track on this, the production felt it was interpolated and it had that modern twist on it. Those trash ass drums, and it felt lazy. It felt repurposed just for the sake of people know about the original track and this familiarity there. And it just didn't even feel like a real project. It felt like a half-ass compilation album. And I think she is capable of making a good project, but this was not indicative of anything close to good.
I'm gonna quickly rebut that comment and say the tracks I did like weren't what you're describing, Ghost. Like the the interpolated old, taking something from the past and redoing it. Those two were so. There are a couple, but they're few and far between. Like Go said, most of the tracks here, something that you've heard before, and she's doing a modern twist, which nobody asked for. At least we didn't.
0.
Next, we have Young Thug. Business is business. Ah, man. I'm really trying to not keep sounding like a broken record. Young Thug, a lot of people love him. I already mentioned the YSL case. And this album in particular kind of surprised because this was released while he was already in jail or locked up, going through everything. And another quick thing I wanted to reference, because maybe I'm just like exaggerating it, but it really seemed like there was a lot of Young Thug features on a lot of other people's albums. Pardon me, even ones you didn't expect, which kind of just got my brain moving to like what like why? So all these Young Thug verses are old. So why are we putting them out now? I don't know. I got into my conspiracy theory brain. All that to say, I don't have any interest in this. I haven't had any interest in Young Thug's music for a while, or maybe even ever. But when and if they do beat the case, that's when my ear will be interested because it'll be actually new, and hopefully they are coming out with a new spirit. So this is 0.
0.
0.
0.
Next we have Lil Uzi Vert with Pink Tape. You know what's crazy? Whether you are a fan of Uzi or not, like myself, this automatically just can't get that trash rating or 0 if you didn't listen to it, because that damn I Just Wanna Rock record. He really made a record. Like
You like that song?
I don't know about the sound, but that's one of the records where it's hard to even argue that it's bad. Like that's how big that record is. It's like it might be one of the biggest records of the year. I'm not saying it's one of my favorite. I'm just saying it's one of the biggest records.
Wait, that was this year?
Yes.
That was. Oh, I didn't even realize.
Now you're making me paranoid. Is it on this album?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, it is.
It just feels like it's been around longer. That's weird.
That's how you know a record's big. It always feels like it's a classic, and I'm exaggerating it, of course. It's obviously not like crazy, but it's a record you heard, and it's gonna get stuck in your head, and maybe you're even gonna do a little foot tap. Anyway,
Sure,
so
I've
yeah.
only heard the first 30 seconds though. But go ahead.
Oh, that's the good thing about a record. It's like it's really repetitive. Like that's the whole thing. I mean, there is a little like in the middle where it's like yada yada. But anyway,
Okay. Yes.
But anyway, yeah, this is an example of like having that one banger bumps it up because the other stuff is actually relatively forgettable. So it's a 2.
Yeah, shockingly I listened to this whole thing. I don't know, like I think Lil Uzi Vert might be he's considered a mumble rapper, right? Or no?
He was in that era.
He was in the era.
Whether he is actually a mumble rapper,
No.
that's debatable. Whether he was in the era, that's absolutely he was in that era.
Yeah.
He started off like cloud rap. I don't think he was really a rap.
Yeah,
He was in the same era with Yachty and maybe even Thug. You can say.
My point is that of the artists that came out of that era, I think he may be the most talented in my opinion. However, that is not saying much at all. I still think this album is pretty much almost all bad. The weird thing is that like maybe the last third of the album, he does like pure rock on it.
Yep.
There's one track, quote unquote, featuring "Bring Me the Horizon." All he does is like contributes very minimal vocals to what is a 100% "Bring Me the Horizon" track. And he does it. There's a few that he does that on, and he does a cover of System of a Down. What's the most famous one? Chop Suey.
Chop
Or
suey.
chops.
Is it baffling why that happened? But yeah, the last Earth album shocked me.
Ah.
But I will say the Bring Me the Horizon track was pretty good, just because of Bring Me the Horizon, not because of Uzi. So I'll drop that in here. Werewolf.
I guess while you're doing that and putting your score, I will say I feel as if y'all can't like say stuff like that anymore because when we had that conversation, y'all were super pro like, yeah, let the artists do what they want, let them experiment, let them make the music that they want. Like I feel as if that you have to now you don't have the right to be able to be questioned why an artist would do something.
It was shocking. I didn't say. I don't know this guy from a hole in the wall, but I'm just saying I wasn't expecting it. It was shocking.
But the answer to so you don't have to be surprised is that artists are just doing what they want.
Yeah, but not
It
every
probably
artist
is
does
true,
what they
yeah.
want. People play into stuff, so when somebody actually does it, you can still be surprised.
I think in this case, Quest is right though, because nobody asked for a System of a Down cover. I think it probably is something. It's almost certainly something he just wanted to do. Like he probably loved the song and he wanted to
Yeah,
cover it.
but the bigger an artist is, the more commercial they are. They tend to not do things that they might want to because of the audience. So you can still be surprised by it that somebody's actually doing it, whether you want them to or not.
Oh yeah.
Fair enough. I was kind of dragging it. I don't want to get into the whole thing. Anyway, what about you, Ghost?
It's a 1. If you're a Uzi fan, I think you might enjoy it, but I'm not, even though I think he has some good tracks in general. This album I didn't like it.
0.
Are we even halfway through this list?
Nope. We gotta pick it up.
Y'all do know it's been like 2 hours. Anyway, next we have Alchemist, Flying High. I didn't listen to this, and I don't know why it's on here because there's no way. Oh, you know what? I actually looked at the track list because I was gonna not put it on here, but obviously it's not just Alchemist. It's not just instrumental tape. It's there are records where people are rapping. There are some instrumental records, but there are some rapping on here. I did want to get to those, so 0.5.
I'll give it a 0.5.
What are you thinking it over?
Oh, my bad. I think this actually might be a 0.5. I gotta look at this real quick because I can't remember if there was some compelling features on this.
Probably should have my phone in the Wikipedia page.
5 for me.
What the heck happened to your sound?
Wait, is this Flying High Part 2 or just
Me?
Flying High?
Yeah, it got like.
Yeah, you gotta back up a bit. You're too much dang.
Too loud?
Yeah, just give me a 0. I'm not gonna.
I'm gonna walk. Put it on the tape. See? Anyway, next we have Dave East. Fortune favors the bold. I love that expression and that
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Sorry. Give this a 1. I did listen to this. I forgot because there's a part 1 and part 2, and it wasn't good.
Fair enough. Dave East, Fortune favors the bold. Dave East is super dope. And it's pretty consistent. They don't really, speaking of artists that don't go outside their wheelhouse typically. But yeah, consistently does get you a couple points. I didn't get a chance to listen to it, but I would consider this a 0.5. I have to go back and look at the feature list because if there's features that are like super dope, I can just kind of go to those first. But
0.5 for me.
I guess 0.5.
0. He's good though. Go ahead.
Wait, aren't y'all the ones that were clowning on him for that track I brought?
Oh,
Rocky and Rocky.
Y'all change that name
Contra.
every single time.
Yeah.
That was not. I stand on. That was a good beat. I don't care what y'all say.
Stand on business.
Oh my god.
It has a lot of spins too. I didn't even realize.
Let's say next we have Lil TJ 222. If you're not familiar, were they a freshman a couple years ago? I already forget. But New York-based artist, drill sound, but they got that kind of high-pitched voice. And my familiarity with them definitely comes in with some of their features, especially when it comes to 504 joints. Those which I liked. So I actually wanted to listen to this to see if they are a singles artist or if they actually can put out dope music on their own. So I'll give it a 0.5, but they're on the cusp of like, I mean, if I do consume this and I don't like it, that's just a dub. But yeah, 0.5.
All right. Everything you just said makes me actually. This guy sounds like a drill artist with a high pitched voice. Also named Lil TJ. It sounds like it might be entertaining, but I'm gonna give it a 0 realistically.
0.
0.
Next we have Nas Magic 2. Ooh, how do I put this delicately?
Wait a minute. Magic 2?
Yes.
Not 3. I listened to 3. Okay, go ahead.
Correct. Without invoking any problems. One, Nas is an exception to the rule, so
Shouldn't even mentioned it. Just
yeah. So yeah, Nas put out 2 albums this year, and honestly, the gag is after listening to Magic 3, it makes me more emboldened to what I think it should be. I think we should focus on our artist's best foot forward. But that aside, I didn't listen to this one. Obviously, it's not, so I'm going to listen to it at some point. So just give it a 0.5 and we'll keep it pushing.
I already think I know what Ghost thinks about this, so I'm gonna give it a 0.
Well, this is about what you would want, not what anyone else would want, but I'll disregard that.
This is based on what you guys say. I mean,
That's alright. Just ignore it. Surely nobody else feels like that.
All right, we're on the clock here.
I'll give it a 3. It's close to a 2. It's Nas, so it's good, but it's really not as good as it could be. In general, the Magic projects are much worse than King's Disease, in my opinion. But yeah, 3.
0.
no, if he said 5, Malik.
No, I don't.
Next we have Chica Samson, the album. Chica's super dope. I would like to listen to this. I'll keep it basic. So 0.5.
I'll give it a 0.5 because you said 0.5.
Didn't she
I
quit too?
feel as if you're trolling now. Sorry.
I am serious, but I'm 100% serious.
Okay. Again, as long as nobody else feels like that, I'll just let it slide. There it goes.
0.5. Someone sampled her on the track and it was really good. So check out her album.
Yeah, 0.5.
And to your question, did she quit? Obviously, no. But they definitely have a hard time dealing with internet. Not even criticism, because if it was purely about her work, then they'd get a lot of praise. But they just deal with.
I mean, didn't she say she quit? I guess, or something like this.
She said she quit life at one point to get to give you an indication of where they stand mentally. Anyway, next we have Post Malone Austin. Again, I actually wanted to listen to this, not because I find any interest in Post Malone, but I wanted to hear you guys' views on it because I don't know where you guys fully stand with Post Malone, and I would be super interested to know whether you guys liked it. So all that to say, I'm giving it a 0, but would have been.
0.
Is this even rap? I think it might be singer songwriter.
Probably not, honestly.
Yeah, Post Malone definitely has no shame. So it's MGK. They kind of do the same thing. You kind of dibble and dabble in hip hop because it's the fun genre, and then once you find your footing, man, you go back to performing in Alabama, OKC, and you appeal to that singer songwriter, damn near country and or rock vibe. But it's on the list.
I think goes to 0.
Yeah.
I watched him talk about the last meal he would have. It was interesting, but 0.
Next, we have Travis Scott, Utopia. Another Grammy nom album of the not album year of Grammy nom of 2023. Man, this is so interesting because to put it, the TLDR. If you like, and I know even this is probably a minority, but if you like that Kanye Yeezus era sound, if you listen to this, you'll be right at home. I don't really understand how this happened because, if you know the history, Travis Scott and Kanye aren't honestly in the same camp or in a good standing these days. So it's kind of curious. Obviously, Travis Scott is, somewhat of a offspring of the Kanye sound, but this is like really, it was really kind of, some of these records sound like it's really just a remix of a Kanye record. But none of these things are slights. Again, if you enjoy that, and I would say I'm in the category of I thoroughly enjoy the Yeezus album and some of that Kanye sound in general, which was really good because I would say in previous times Travis would have fell into the category of like a lot of people are rocking with this guy in the sound, but I'm really not getting it. Even some of the things that are like universally like that Goosebump stuff with Kendrick. It doesn't connect with me. This album could definitely get spun again, and there's probably even a record. I want to top of my mind or one that I documented. There probably is one that I thoroughly enjoyed. So I would say it definitely deserves a 3. Absolutely, a 3 for me.
All right. I am familiar with Travis Scott's body of work. There's probably tracks I've heard in the past, but I wouldn't have known him by like sound. So going into this, I did not have high expectations. However, he this proved to me that he definitely has some skill. Right off the track opener, he's spitting. The beat is great. Like, he comes in with a lot of energy. Um, so yeah, this definitely gave me an appreciation for. I don't remember a lot of it though, so I'm teetering between a 2 and a 3. I think I will go because I'm gonna come back to it. I think there's more tracks. I'm gonna drop that track name.
This gets a 1 mostly off principle because if I wasn't familiar with the album or I wasn't familiar with Kanye, then I would think this is a decent album. However, everything that makes this album good, it's not really because of him. Like the production is pretty good, but very obviously and clearly blatantly influenced by Kanye and it's kind of weird. And his lyricism is just god awful. He's not saying anything 90% of the time. It just feels, I don't know if lazy is the right way to put it because I don't think that's fair, but it just feels very derivative and like he didn't put any of his own thought into it. So because of that, yeah, this gets a 1.
Yeah, it feels like a mix of Yeezus tracks and Donda tracks, and it It does detract. Normally, I'd be like, that's fine, but it kind of makes me just want to listen to Kanye stuff more. So yeah, I give it a 2.
Fair enough. Next, we have No Name with Sundial. Spoiler alert, it's supposed to be some glazing. Which, if this was the Cam, Rons, and Mace podcast, they would say pause. Anyway, No Name is one of, if not my favorite current female hip hop artists. Um, they really just hit a lot of the markers for what I like in an artist. Bars that are dope. The production's on point. They're cool with other artists that I like. And they're consistent. Um, not too much of that experimentation shit. But obviously, even in saying that, you can tell they are very much artists that they are making music that they want. Very much so because it's music that could literally, I don't want to say get them in trouble, but put them in a disfavorable light. Like they literally, they're bars that are coming for all your favorites, whether it be Beyonce, Kendrick, whoever else. Which, I mean, they've said some of these things off record too, so again, that consistently goes hard. Um, yeah, No Name is just super dope to me, super pleasant. Even if they weren't, spitting some, more socialist vibes, I think like, a lot of the messaging, or a lot of, not the messaging, a lot of the way that they spit and a lot and the way that they, it's almost like, poetry is kind of like AP English, like boring, but they're like the closest thing to like a modern day poet, like that I would fully co-sign and fully get behind. And this is the album that I was anticipating while listening to. I probably would have preferred to listen to it around the time it came out, but life goes on. But I'm super glad that we didn't. This wasn't one of the ones we skipped, and we did consume it because I can come in here and give full assurity to the fact that I would give this album a 5. Absolutely.
Nice, nice. Um, for me, I don't know. No Name, I think just isn't for me. Like I can recognize that she's very talented.
And you've felt this
Wait,
way
since
even.
when?
You said you
Yeah,
felt this way even since telephone and all that.
Maybe it's. I think it's the fact that like it doesn't sound like she's grown or evolved. She always sounds the same to me. So when it was first hearing her and she was new, it was kind of like novel. But I think over the years, it's just her sound has become repetitive to me.
You would describe telephone as novel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um.
I just wanted to know there was consistency, even though that wasn't the rhetoric around that time, but that's fine.
What was I
wait,
saying?
what? Yeah, go ahead.
Did I make an incorrect statement?
It was a new sound for
But
That's
him.
what I mean by novel. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
When I
it's a
mean,
good
first
thing.
heard her, she sounded novel.
I guess maybe I'm dumb and I don't really know the definition of novel, but that doesn't
It's
typically
a good
imply
thing.
like a novel, like it's a novelty.
No,
No, like
it's not
new,
the
like
same.
something I've
A
never
novelty
I've
is,
never
is
heard
usually
before. But
something that novelty has a cheap a connotation with
yeah,
cheap.
yeah,
Novel just means new, a new sound.
yeah.
Okay.
Um. So yeah. So yeah, for those reasons, like her music just doesn't stick with me. Um. So yeah, I'm not gonna say too much about it. I mean, she's definitely a talented artist, but I will go to.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying 2 and gonna expound on that. I'll give it a 3. It was good, just nothing
really grabbed me. Like production was good, wasn't amazing. Her lyricism was good, not amazing. Kind of heard it all before. It's from her, and so yeah.
I get what y'all are saying as far as not really hearing anything new, but I say that in listening, it gave me the head nod, so involuntary head nod. So I'm gonna say this was a 4. I enjoyed the project, but yeah, it was a 4 for me.
You know what's interesting? I don't want to like turn this into like any type of debate because it would seem like I'm just trying to do this because like the album that I given a like high score. But I guess it does reveal like the type of like my perception when it comes to music and maybe content because I think that's kind of seems to be kind of a recurring pattern now, and even kind of leading back to that topic of like like an artist like trying something new and just not appealing to what already works. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I have to say that there has been something that an artist does like that I didn't know that they were capable of, and it can't sound good. But I don't think that in general is a good strat that I would recommend. But obviously, I guess not. I guess, but there are you guys, and there are probably people that are like opposed to that. Where if you sound the same or similar to what you sounded on when I first heard you, you're gonna you're gonna rate that poorly.
No, I'm more. I think I'm more with you, but it all depends on the artist. It's almost just the idea that for some artists you don't necessarily want the same project over and over again. But then there's some artists where I'm just
Yeah,
like,
no, I can fully get that.
it's accurate.
I guess I'm just trying to say. I guess the majority of the time, I do want to hear that project again, again, again.
Gotcha.
Which is fine. The only slight little tear of a contention I would have is I feel as if y'all all came on here and say not here, but have said like spoke about how like an artist try something different or unique and you just it's trash. So it's like you almost
Yeah,
can't
but I mean,
you
that's the
can't win.
concept of. There's the concept of. So, not to relate this to jazz again, but like, there's certain artists or musicians that do the same safe. They make the same safe moves, but then when you hear something and somebody goes for, even if they miss the note, even if they miss the mark, you're happy that they tried as opposed to just staying sterile or going with something that they know is safe, as opposed to pushing the envelope a little bit. And it applies where it applies. It doesn't necessarily apply where it doesn't apply, but it's just a certain adventurousness or creativity to try to break a mold a little bit.
And that makes a lot of sense to me. And I'm not like I said, it's not like I fully you said that about this album or this artist. I'm just trying to what I'm really am saying. I'm gonna definitely be paying attention to you guys' opinions and what you say about when artists do try new things. Is what I'm really trying to say.
Yes, sir.
Next we have Trippie Red, a letter.
Hold on. So, do you expect that every time an artist tries a new thing, we're gonna like it?
No, but depending on how you receive it,
Which is why I said you can like that they did it, but not like how the
yeah, exactly. That's why I fully agree with that. I fully agree with that sentiment. And if you guys have that edit, if you guys give off that attitude and energy every time, it's fine.
So yeah. You're saying,
okay.
Because they shouldn't have even done this.
Right? Why'd they do that?
Yeah, that's what I'm like. Oh,
nobody asked for this because I feel like
exactly. Nobody asked for this type of.
We
thing.
have had that sentiment,
and I'm not. And obviously, I'm mainly just joking. It's it's content, but it's just interesting. That's all I'm saying. But I was saying next we have Trippie Red, a love letter to you 5. Has he really made 4 other a love letter to yous? Trippie Red is one of those artists where they literally have one feature that I like, and that's where the train stops. You're gonna get a 0, sir.
0, big 0.
0.
Next we have Quavo, Rocket Power. Obviously, a nod or salute to Takeoff. Rest in power to the brother. I think I heard the single from this, and it is, a salute to the passing of Takeoff. Man, it's just whenever I think about the Migos individually or as a whole, I just think of that tweet like back in the day when they had like Bad and Bougie and some of those other Deads. Like no one could have predicted how the end of the Migos would have happened. Um, It's the dumbest reason ever. Obviously, rest in power. But I solely, primarily feel inclined to give this a complete listen because it's in reference to the passing. But from what I hear, with Quavo's like just in solo endeavors, they don't necessarily move me in a high degree. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna give it a 0.5.
Zero.
A hard 0, no interest.
R.I.P. and 0.
Next, we have Friday with two Y's in his album. Friday with two Y's. Man, I don't care what nobody says. That guy did chorus does go hard. That's probably the hardest thing about. That's probably the hardest thing about that record. Um, and I like Friday is a super unique artist. Like, not too many artists got that type of voice. And he could really like do something super big in the hip hop space if he had to, or if he has the right um team, the right tools to do it. From what I heard from this album, that ain't it. Um, it just isn't it. If you're not familiar with Friday, he sounds like a brother that's like the superstar of a church choir, and again, super talented. It's just like I don't know if he needs to. You need to get like with a legendary producer that could really put him in the right direction. But yeah, he doesn't have that yet, and this album is definitely like one.
Yeah, 1 for me. Yeah, that's
Yeah, another one, not good.
0.
Next we have Danger Mouse and Gemini with a J.
Oh, what?
Gemini. Don't get attitude. Just correct me, please.
No, I'm looking at Danger Mouse. I didn't know. I didn't
Oh.
expect to see Danger Mouse here.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know
sorry.
who that is. Gemini.
Oh, I thought you were saying no. Like you're saying you're wrong. My apologies.
pronunciation.
With Born Again. Maybe J Mini.
I think it's Gemini.
Danger Mouse, obviously iconic, legendary.
Uh, There's a good chance that this album is actually not a drop from this year. It might have just been a re-release because it says 2004 on Spotify.
Well,
Oh,
skip.
oh. Next we have Earl Sweatshirt and Alchemist Void Dyer. You know,
Voir dire.
what's interesting? After a little more recollection, I actually did listen to it like around the time it came out. Yeah, I don't want to say Earl's on a downtrend because there are a lot of records that they put out in the modern era that's super dope, but it's really not reflective of what I want. What they produced originally, that our future early era sound. But obviously, after a certain, like literally after a decade, obviously making the same type of sound is damn near impossible. Yeah, this just doesn't really inspire me. I'm looking into the views. Oh, obviously, like again, I want more of that early Odd Future Earl sound. But also, like, if you not really super familiar with Earl and you pick this up as a first outing, I don't think you'd feel like a spark to like be a fan of Earl's music. So yeah, it's just really getting it too. And to be honest, if I was really critical, it'd be even less.
Yeah, Earl. Yeah, obviously. I feel like I'm missing something. Like I feel like the way Ghost describes Billy Woods is how Earl's music is for me right now. And I think I need to try to dig more into it. I haven't done that yet though, so I'm gonna give this one a 2.
Yeah, I mean, I've been telling y'all that Earl is kind of falling off. So that sentiment doesn't surprise me. It's a 0.5. I mean, I'll listen to it because it's Earl, but I do not have.
0.5. Does he have interviews? Out
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Not
I
recent?
think he has a podcast, doesn't he?
not
Oh,
anything
for
that's
real?
not anything that's worth watching.
Oof.
Okay. Yeah, 0.5. I don't know.
Next we have Nas Magic 3, the album that we all did listen to, which you really could kind of recap what Ghost said before and put it here. I don't necessarily think I'm never opposed to comparing an artist's work to another work, but I don't think their intention was to like, hey, create the King Disease trilogy and then I'm gonna create the Magic trilogy and it put in like these are comparable. But if you did for some reason, they obviously are. It's a distinct difference. King Disease is like when we listened to that clip of when Nas was talking about I got that bug again and he's working with Hit Boy. That sounds like King Disease. This sounds like he still feels compelled to rap, but he's not necessarily doing it because he feels energized by anyone or anything. He just feels as if he's just putting out music, um, just to just have music that's out. I guess, and obviously Nas is a whole legend. He can never be bad, but it's not legendary music if that makes sense. Um, this is where I want to be quick and concise. Nas being a legend, I understand. It should be you could say it's a 3. The fact that the bar is high for Nas, and this is like, again, it's not it. It's just not legendary music. Is why I'm going to go towards a 2.
Okay. So it's a 2 judging it against his own body of work.
2 judging up against him in general.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I will have to agree. I will say a standout track on here was the Lil Wayne feature Never Die.
Facts, that Lil Wayne verse.
Crazy.
I feel exactly the same way as about this one as I did about Magic 2. It's a 3.
2.
Oh, have mercy. Next we have Diddy, the Love album.
Ah! Sorry.
Off the Grid. There's a lot of things we can't say about Diddy. And on our end of the year recap, we probably will. But yeah, that bad boy era is long done. And that's really the most you can say about that. Give it a nice 0.
0.
0. Oh,
0.
0.
Next we have Rod Wave Nostalgia. Man. I'm trying to think. I feel as if at this point I would be trying to convince myself to really be into Ride Away at this point. You know me, I'm all for like the more depressive, like struggle, pain, R&B. But I don't know. The package that this brother is delivering that in isn't for me. So I'm giving it a 0.
I'll give it a 0.5. I keep doing this. Yeah, I'm curious to see if it connects for me, even though I generally don't like the struggling rap stuff.
I should say mentally struggling.
Yeah, and it's ballad, not really rap
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
I'll give this a 2. I have never listened to a Broadway project, so I had no expectations going in. It's pretty much that modern C hip hop type stuff, which isn't awful if you're into it, but didn't do much for me. Well, I will say the intro track with what's her name? I gotta look this up.
Let's see. Let's see if I can
Wet.
find-
The female vocalist. That track was good, mostly because of Wet, but
What's it called?
Nostalgia.
Nice.
Great name.
See the most basic thing.
Yeah, no, I'm not literally.
It's
That was
just
sarcastic.
oh, right.
Yeah. Rod Wave is a country artist. I'll say it again. I listened to
That
one
album was
project
not
all the way through. Listen to it with country in mind, and you'll get it. It'll
Nice.
click. 0.
Next we have Victor. Wait, no, that's that's effed up. Next we have Vic Mensa with his album Victor. Like what the heck? I was super pumped to listen to this because I was super interested to know what Vic Mensa's state in sound is. Obviously, his brother that's came from the era along with Chance the Rapper, and it's it's super interesting to see how they've like developed and things that they've gone through and where they're at. I think listening to this, I had no qualms. Obviously, I think maybe even way before this, it seems like it's the bar for Vic Mensa kind of been or maybe more I could say the ceiling for them has been kind of established. And there's nothing wrong with that. It just because you kind of what the tier of artists we're talking about, and I think this album is reflective of that. And by the ceiling, it's nothing too high, but it is far above the worst of the worst out there. If saying a 2 is a mid album and there's like not much going for it, I would say this is a 3. Maybe skip to what you think about it, Wes or Ghost, if you're available.
Sorry.
I was just on mute for a second. Go
I
ahead.
was- So yeah, Vic Mensa had a great feature on Mick Jenkins' project this year, and it reminded me how great he can be. However, on this project, his own project, Victor here, he it sounds too much like Drake to me. Yeah, just
That was like one or two records.
it felt like the whole thing. I don't know why, but yeah, for that reason, this is gonna get a 2, even though he is talented.
Oh, I will say one more thing. Actually, bring it down to it too. I know we shouldn't come on here and like jack up shit, but like bring it down to it too, because like I mentioned Chance a couple of times, and Chance has a verse on this album that is so painfully awful. I'm sorry, Vic. You should have told Chance to go back into you should have told him to go back into the booth. I'm sorry.
That was crazy.
Honestly, this doesn't deserve a 1. I kind of want to give it 1. Give it a 2. That track, I mean, Chance was awful on it. Vic was awful on it too. It's just an encapsulation of how badly they've fallen off. And I've heard recent verses from both of them, and they were actually pretty good. But this album and that song in particular was just trash, disappointing.
Zero because y'all rated it. I didn't hear enough.
Influence easily, huh? Next we have Doja Cat with Scarlet. Now I could give a whole dissertation on this album alone, but I want to be respectful of everyone's time. But I will say I was unpleasantly surprised with the quality of this album. I'm not super familiar with Doja Cat's entire discography, but I do know the Say So record or whatever it's called. And even more importantly, I came on here for a couple of times and said, "Hey, I don't know about the music, but Doja Cat is like, and I don't know about the person. Obviously, Doja Cat's on some weird shit, but I like the way they react to their fans and other people when they come at her for the weird shit. It's almost like if you know what a person's like character is, and you're still like trying to be combative against that, and they're just like, hey, if you think I'm a weirdo, then stop effing with me. Like, I don't even care if you're my fan. Literally, don't listen to me. Like, I don't care about you. Like, they're very like, I think they treat their fan base how you tell artists to treat their fan base. If you don't like it, leave. But back to this album, it's sonically, it's like the rapping's not great. The content is like strangely like sexual, and sometimes it's F that ninja, but sometimes I love this ninja and I'll literally take care of him. It's kind of confusing. I will say on the latter half of the album, it does start to pick up and get to the sound of like, more singing, more production that is reflective of what I thought Doja Cat is about. The reason why I would rate this album low is because it starts off again with just back to back records of like, hey, who is this for? Like, really just not enjoyable. But again, there are some redeeming factors, so I'll give it a 2 at the latter end of the album.
All right. I don't know why. I find it hard to justify, but I really like most of this album. Um, there's a lot of tracks on here that I liked. So I'm going to give it a 4. With the standout track, I'm gonna say there were a few for me, but I'm gonna go 97.
Um, this is really close to a 4 for me. I would give it a 3 because, like, the beginning of this album was so awful, like so dreadfully bad. But then the first 4 tracks in particular were just so awful. But everything after that was like top tier. Like, I think if she cut those 4 out, it would, excuse me, this album would be a 5. But yeah, it was good. The latter part. Ugh. Ooh, give it a 3. Skull and Bones was 97 was good, but Skull and Bones was like, that track was amazing.
I'm kind of surprised you didn't like FTG.
What?
Ghost is actually really right. And I was thinking
Are
thinking
you
about
being
saying
sarcastic?
I was thinking about saying if the album was in reverse and then those tracks were first,
Mhm.
maybe I would have probably graded it higher. But yeah, those like FTG, Wet V, Pig the Town Red.
Yeah, like
Those records were stupid awful.
it was like egregiously like, just I'm not one to say like, oh, devil worship, but it was like, bro, what am I listening to?
I felt like FTG had more of a what's the other one? Attention vibe though to me.
Yeah,
And
I
the
mean,
beat
it
was
was.
great too. Like the beat was great to me.
I mean, FTG wasn't as bad as the other ones, but it was. I think I get what she was going for on it, but it just didn't work for me. And like, what
Uh,
we like, bro? Come on, it was too much.
I'm gonna go 2 as well. I think I had higher hopes. Not that expectations should determine your rating, but yeah.
Next we have Earth Gang Spiller Village with Rip Human Heart. Another shorter album, but what it lacks in length, it makes up for in like quality. Yeah, I wanted to listen to this. It provided exactly what I expected from Earth Gang Spiller Village. And yeah, this is
Oh yeah.
without giving it the actual number, it is an album of the year album. I know it's kind of contradictory, but you need a bit more. You need a bit more for to get the actual 5. It's really definitely a 4 for me. Like bars, production, that sound is close to home for me. It hits on a lot of metrics.
Yeah. I'm gonna go 3, but it is a very solid project. One particular standout track for me is Bobby Boucher. Just like the name of the track alone just reminds me how great the track is. So good.
This is a 3. I was really happy with this album because I'm not a fan of their most recent projects, but this EP was exactly what I want to hear from Earth Gang.
4.
Next we have a little Tekka with Tech, aptly named. Bro, come on. Let's just get through this, and this is gonna get a 0. You have to say the 0 Ace.
Sorry.
0, 0, 0.
Although yeah, it's kind of already implied.
Sorry, I muted.
Next we have YG and Tyga. Hit Me When You Leave the Club with a K. The playlist.
I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be zeros across the board.
Yeah, it is. But you actually, I'm glad you said that. I was gonna come on here and say something that say slander to YG. Yeah, it's zeros across the board. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Next we have the big dog, Drake. For all the dogs. Another Grammy nom. So we had to listen to it. I mean, it's Drake, so it probably should get a couple seconds, but honestly, I think it's pretty. I actually don't know how consistent the scoring will be. I'll just say, and I'll try to keep it brief. I think it makes sense. A lot of the negative scores that, not scores, but a lot of the negative criticism, a lot of the negative things that were said about this album. Like, I don't even care about like it not sounding like an album of an approaching 40-year-old. I don't really care about stuff like that. I don't care that it sounds like problems that he was dealing with when he was in the Take Care or Thank Me Later era. The problem is the sound of it. It sonically sounds like music that some of the little newer artists, I know you could say that's been Drake's thing, but it doesn't have to be and doesn't need to be. There are some records that don't sound reflective of that, where it sounds a bit more serious, a bit more like, Drake. But, like, yeah, it really just seemed like, it feels as if, like, he invited a bunch of younger or newer or artists that make a, I don't mind keep equating this to new, but artists that aren't him, they each brought him a song. He took their lyrics off of it, put his lyrics on top of it, and it's just, the outcome was an album that's, I don't ever want to hear again. Obviously the J. Cole record that should boost it up just a bit, but honestly, it doesn't. I'm gonna give it a 1, but sure. So it's a 1.
Wow. Yeah, most of this was atrocious to me, but there were some tracks where he was spitting and it was actually entertaining. But those were like the bonus tracks. Yeah, it's a 1.
Yeah, 1. There were, first person shooter was pretty easily the best track, not because of Drake. The whole thing is like, it was just, if I feel like his songwriting has gotten worse than it was before, like more immature, more basic, like 8th grade, middle school type bars that he thinks he's doing something on. Yeah, not good.
0.
Next we have Offset, Set It Off. Appropriately named. Salute to Offset.
You don't deserve no salutes for this album.
No, maybe not for the album, but they've done some things in at this stage in their career that I'm sure is in the betterment of them, and especially as the Migos are no longer the Migos. No, this album, like I said, I think you actually should get credit if like the specific theme or what you were going for or when the music should be played can be identified. Because if I listen to music and I'm asking myself who is it for or when is it for, that's gonna piss me off. This, You can play when you're at football warm ups, or if you're walking out the tunnel. It has a lot of triumphantness to it. It has a lot of like boldness to it, a lot of bragging to it. There obviously it obviously that kind of cap itself at some point. It's like a ceiling of like how good it can get. So you don't even I would say you don't necessarily listen to this entire album to get it. But to say it's the worst thing I've heard wouldn't be true. So I'll give it a 2.
I'll go 1. I didn't like this at all.
1.
0.
Next we have Portions of Tracy Drive Home. I didn't hear this. I don't really feel inclined to. I'm giving it 0.
I'll give it a 1 because I'm baffled. I mean, I just have I mean, sorry, not 1, 0.5. I don't know.
Yeah, so this one,
Didn't you bring a track, Ghost?
Did I? I might have.
I remember commenting
I
on
did.
the artist's name.
I did bring the track. Yep. I'm going to give this my first 5 of the year.
Yeah.
And
okay.
part of it is because like I had no frame of reference to this artist. I just saw a random, it might have been Twitter or something, where someone was gassing it up. Again, I've never heard of them before. And I'm pretty sure this artist is like, they're still a teen, so they're young. And it's just the fact that it was first of all, the production was like amazing on this album. And it was a concept album that was, I don't want to say juvenile, it was a little young and that I couldn't fully relate to it. But the way it was done super well. The songwriting lyricism it was good. It wasn't like Kendrick level win a Pulitzer Prize, but considering that this was like again like a teenager, and it was just so well done overall, and like the song construction, a lot of beat switches, a lot of change ups mid track that really worked well, complemented the themes. And this was really a bad year for hip hop, but to have a standout like this for artists I never heard before, yeah, this gets a 5 for me.
So Ghost gives it a 5. Quest, you're staying at a 0.
Yes, I'm not influenced. What are you guys on? I
make
don't
no
care.
sense,
Where do you get that nonsense out of here?
What?
Not nonsense, but
Point five.
your claim.
I mean, isn't the whole point of like these rating systems one of the points to maybe give people an idea of stuff that they might want to check out based on our scores?
Yeah. I'm not one of those people.
But we don't do that for ourselves.
I think it's. I mean, honestly, I'm joking because we all get influenced. That's literally that's the point. That's the point of the music selection of the week, the song selection of the week. But for this, like, this is the final year grading. I'm not moved.
Okay.
Next, we have Kojakis. I'm not sure.
I think it's Kojak.
But Phantom of the Afters. That album art is fire. So I'll give it a 0.5. I haven't listened to this.
Crazy. This, I mean, realistically, this album and the one before us would get 4s, but again, this is such a bad year for hip hop. It's getting a 5. Something's got to be album of the year. But this artist is Irish, and I'm not a huge fan of international hip hop, and I didn't have high expectations going into listening to his first album, but his first album was fantastic. I think it was dropped in 2021 or something. And this album, the singles weren't amazing, so again, I went into it not expecting much, but it was extremely good.
Did you say it's a 5?
Yeah.
Wow.
Again, in another year, this would be a 4, but I gotta be a little generous somewhere, so he gets the bump.
.5.
Standout
Oh,
track.
go ahead.
I don't know. Let me say Larry Bird. I think that's the opener.
Next we have West Side Gun, and then You Pray for Me. I actually did hear one of the records off this, but I haven't got a chance to listen to the entire thing, so 0.5. Feels as if it's been a slower year for Griselda. That's not necessarily a bad thing, by any means, but we'll see.
0.5.
2. Coasters and Mama's Prime Time were the standouts, not because of West Side Gun, because they had a great GID and Benny the Butcher features. I've this cemented it for me that I do not like West Side Gun. Like his ad libs are great. Boop, 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 that's great, but his actual rapping, nah. It's not enjoyable for me at all.
0.5. I like him.
Next we have Gucci Man, Breath of Fresh Air. Salute to Gucci. Definitely been on his grown man stuff in the latter part of his career. But the music is still not gonna necessarily ever connect with me. So I'll give it that 0. But he got his family in the artwork, so that makes you a little more feel that family vibe.
Dang, you kind of. If you didn't say that about the artwork, I might. No, I'll go 0.
0.
0.
Next we have City Girls, Raw. I actually have heard some of the records off of this album, which I mean that doesn't help or hurt. City Girls don't make music that's gonna connect with me for the better half of ever. But I think salute to them individually. I don't really know what JT hasn't really made any noise, but whatever the case may be, it's 0.
0.
0.
Sorry. Go.
Next, Shabazz Palace is robed in awareness. Sorry. I super wanted to listen to it. It probably would have been like the very next album we listened to if we had gotten a chance. So 0.5.
0.5.
Y'all listen or have listened to Shabazz Palaces, right? And
Of course.
they're
Of
good.
course. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've heard like one of their tracks from like the album 10 plus years ago that I liked, but I haven't listened to them really at all. So I went into this not knowing anything to expect. Again, it might be different for y'all because y'all familiar, but this was a 1 for me. Like this was absolute trash and it felt like super amateurish. Again, maybe I didn't know what to expect, but just giving y'all my thoughts on going in fresh,
All
bad.
right, that's fair.
But I really want y'all to listen to it to see if I'm bugging or.
So I'll say this. I sampled it real quick. I didn't get to do a full listen. Sample. I'll give it like a 2. It had a lot of features and it wasn't spectacular. The beats were still spacey like I like, but you got to listen to Black Up. The entire album Black Up. I think it was 2011.
That's the one, the track.
Yeah. No,
I'll listen to
it was very good, and they've had a couple projects since then. I actually went back and listened to, which were better than originally evaluated. But Black Up is like was their debut and their peak, in my opinion.
I mean,
do you know?
Oh, go ahead. You're about to say it.
I was gonna say, do you know Diggable Planets?
Yeah.
Remember Diggable Planets, of course.
Yep.
Yeah, this Ismail Butler from Diggable Planets. Butterfly
I don't know.
is the rapper. Yeah, that's him. So.
Is it their debut? I'm just looking on Spotify. It shows a couple projects. 2000.
I think Black Up was their debut. Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think they had an EP maybe before that, but Black Up was the
okay. I will listen to that.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Next we have Jeezy. I might forgive, but I don't forget. Salute to Jeezy. Definitely a good example of keeping your sound sonically, but your content, I wouldn't necessarily say change, but you're not necessarily. It doesn't sound like you're in the streets. It sounds like you came from the streets. If that makes sense. Yeah, no. If you like Jeezy, you're gonna enjoy this. If you're not too fond and or indifferent, you'll respect it, but it's not gonna. You're not gonna spin it again. Um, we did. I did give this a good listen. Um, yeah, I would be capping if I said anything above a two for me.
Yeah, it's a one for me. Not a fan of the sound.
This is a 2, same exact sentiment as Quest.
0.
Next we have ASAP Rock Integrated Tech Solutions.
Oh, for
Uh,
real?
I'm not gonna lie, I was disappointed in this. If you don't know ASAP Rock is top 5 white rappers that are actually still cool. Those being Matt Miller, Action Bronson, Ari the Rugged Man, and I'm blanking on the fifth one.
Gotta
Drew.
be LP.
LP, yes.
Oh
thank you.
yeah, LP.
Yes,
Well,
thank
Drew
you.
gets cool too, but I guess top
Yeah,
6.
top 5. Yeah, exactly. They're in top 10. But this and this is one of the ones I'm actually, I guess, curious to hear what y'all think on it. It just felt slow. Like ASAP Rock just kind of slowed it down and like
This is a ace.
less made less like what I'm expecting and what I like about this artist, his music. This is like I'm gonna slow down. I'm gonna still kind of give you kind of out there bars that you have to kind of think a bit to connect everything together. But I was like, yeah, this is what he's doing. Is we'll pull him to go in this direction. Yeah, this is it's one of those things. It's kind of not comparing him to Nas, but it's kind of like legendary artists, but not legendary music. And there were some decent bars and records on this album, but I'm really leaning towards a one. I'm so disappointed. Um, I'll give it a two. There were some redeeming qualities, and I like to stick. I like to be consistent, so I'll give it a two. But this was I didn't enjoy this a lot.
So yeah, Aesop Rock. The comments I said about Billy Woods can kind of apply to him as well, in that the way he raps, the things he says, like it's always something where if I actually decide to dig into it or pay attention, there's always something to get from it. So while sonically I did not like this as much of some of his previous projects, there's still so much to get from it that I think it still works. Like anytime Aesop Rock drops, he never slacks in the lyric department. So I will give it a 3, and I'm gonna say standout track for me was Living Curfew. This is probably Ghost's worst nightmare featuring Billy Woods. But yeah, can I get the paste here? All right.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 2. Y'all know I'm not a huge fan of Aesop Rock. If you like it, sure, fine. Wasn't egregiously bad. Like he's at least putting in effort, but not for me.
Dang! I simultaneously found out that Aesop dropped, and that I'm probably not gonna get to it. 0. Great artist.
Next we have Chris Brown, 11-11.
We already know.
Yeah, it's pretty much a 0. And I don't really feel even inclined to say I salute to Chris Brown these days. It's kind of
Power Rangers on the cover.
it's kind of unfortunate. I think
Kodak Black is one of your other exceptions.
it happens to what?
Didn't we already have a Kodak Black album on? Am I bugging?
Oh yeah, the pink
Look
one.
at you.
Listen, it's a long listen at Wikipedia. I didn't do this intentionally. Yeah, I would just ignore that then. Next we have Rick Ross and McMill, Too Good to Be True. I didn't get to hear all of this. The few things I did get to hear, make me want to hear more. outside for the Shaq and Kobe record. I think with a name like that and the anticipation that they were trying to build, dropping this collab album, that record wasn't representative of that vibe. 0.5. But yeah, no 0.5. I don't want to slander anymore.
Sorry, 0.
2, not enjoyable.
0.
Next, we have another collab album, 2 Chainz and Wayne. Welcome to Collie Grove. Technically 2, because they already have an album called Welcome to Collie Grove. Wayne, in this point of his career, has been doing exceedingly well. I wouldn't even call it a resurgence. I would just call it like they found the point where like the bars are reflective of a legend, and it sonically sounds good. But 2 Chainz, on the other hand, doesn't really push that for me, and it's a shame because if Wayne just dropped a solo, full release album, that probably would have been the first album we all listened to. But him dropping this collab doesn't. I have no interest in checking that. I'm sorry. Sorry, 2 Chainz. That's a 0.
Yeah, it's because of the 2 Chainz. I'm gonna go 0.
0.
0.
Next, we have BJ the Shower Kid with Gravy. I did hear some records off of this. But it really falls in line from what I heard about my sentiments about BJ Chicago Kid. I would identify a long time ago that if they're not on a feature, like some of that early Kendrick stuff or some of that Joey Badass stuff, they unfortunately don't hit, which is super tragic. Yeah, I don't think I listened to enough of this. I say I listened to it, but I don't plan on listening to it. 0.
I never DJ just Chicago Kid on a feature. So I'm not.
What'd you say?
I said I never like hearing BJ the Chicago Kid on a feature, so wasn't interested.
I feel that that's not true.
It's
His
true.
Pain, Cushion Corinthians?
Yeah, Cushion Corinthians and what's the Joey Badass record? Yeah,
It's true. I just don't like his,
yeah,
his
Like
voice.
Me. Yeah, that was good.
I feel like we play Cushion Corinthians right now. You wouldn't be saying that, but it's fine.
It wasn't for BJ the Chicago.
This was a 4. I think I mentioned it when I brought one of the tracks.
Ooh.
Generally, I'm not a big fan of his solo
being influenced.
projects, but in this case, this is a very, very good album. I think he leaned more into like old school soul, like Curtis Mayfield-esque, Marvin Gaye-esque type production, and it helped a lot versus traditional like R&B stuff. There is some like like straightforward R&B on it, but a lot more. I don't know if neo soul is the right vibe for it, but it was just a really, really good album, and I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would.
So it is a 4?
Yeah, I said a 4.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm probably not gonna get to it, but that was interesting. 0.
Not only are you guys influenced, but you're not even influenced in a positive direction. Anyway, next we have Danny Brown, Quaranta. The Quran. Anyway, salute to Danny Brown. Maybe I'm being fake influenced recently because I feel as if like people aren't necessarily respecting Danny Brown for as good as he can be. And when I say that, I mean I probably only hear that sentiment from like Ghost these days. But
Danny Brown gets all the respect that he needs.
I think I might have seen a floating thing online calling Danny Brown whack recently.
Well, everyone says Danny Brown.
All that to say, it did make me like think like some of these Danny Brown projects this year might not be that great. But surprise, surprise, they actually were. Like Danny Brown's able to excel well on some of those far out there beats where they sound like they're like a '90s pop record that he's rapping on, and it still kind of works. And he's able to rap well on like beats that are more akin to his traditional vibe, even though his subject matter is not necessarily the same as it once was, which is not a bad thing at all. This is a 4 for me, absolutely. Danny Brown's is killing it.
Nice. Yeah, I gave him a 5 for the JPEG collab. So this one I'm gonna have to go a 2 because I wasn't feeling it. It just didn't connect to me as much. I think the problem is I prefer the I don't know, like the zany Danny Brown versus the more introspective, like quiet, laid back type. And he had a lot of those more introspective tracks on here. Yeah, his like punchlines and everything. They're what I come to him for, and when he gets more introspective, you don't really get that as much. So, yeah, it's a 2.
2. Not a great album.
I'll go 3. I did enjoy it.
Next we have Busta Rhymes with Blockbuster. Let's see. Busta Rhymes is a legend. The problem I have with some of these artists, and I keep bringing up Nas into comparison. Some of the artists do this thing where they like tease their like penultimate, maybe not final album, but an album that that they're gonna put out in their latter portion of their career. That's gonna be the one. Maybe not in terms of sales or like how it charts, but like it's like equivalent to like some of their classic tapes. With Nas, what is it? I forget what they originally said they're gonna title it. It's like Money, Fast Times, Money, Life, something like that. And I say all that to say, Busta's been doing that. He's been saying like, I'm gonna drop this album that's gonna be a classic, and it's gonna really almost be like what really finalizes my career. And I say all that to say, I don't know if they did that with this, but from everything I've seen about it, it isn't this. So that means they're just putting out more music before they actually get to that. And I say all that to say, this is 0, because that annoys me. Just like I almost don't. I know it can be annoying when artists don't put out music for years, but just don't put out more music before you put out this. And if this is that, then I'm sorry.
Sorry, I missed it. You said 0?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go 0.
Yeah, 0.
He did have that
0.
one album. In
I said,
recent,
sorry.
no, I said he did have that one good album
The one
in
that Look
recent
Over
years.
Your Shoulder was on.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the album though. That was supposed to be that penultimate. Anyway, next we have Nicki Minaj, Pink Friday 2. I'll try to keep this brief, even though I probably could go off on it. One, I wish Nicki had dropped this earlier in the year, so it could have been up for a Grammy. It'll be up for a Grammy next year, but it would have been nice. It would have been nice. It would have fit right nice in the Grammy Now category. 2, there was a lot of anticipation for this album because Nicki's been on some questionable to weird shit before they released it. But once you put all that aside and then you just listen to it, there's a good amount of quality in it, and I think it's reflective of the reception that it's receiving, just like generally positive. Maybe it's not 1-to-1 with the original like Pink Friday album, but it's it's a really good follow up. They have some really good features on it. It does sound personal sometimes, but then it just sounds kind of like, hey, I'm the best at it sometimes. There are definitely some records where they're literally just rapping, like, because at the end of the day, Nicki Minaj, I don't care what anybody says, it's not really debatable. Nicki Minaj is the greatest female rapper dead or alive. And there were some records where it sounded like that. So while there were some records where they kind of get into like a more Hispanic or like a Afrobeat vibe, which again, all that experimenting shit. There again, the fact that they have some records where the features were good and they were rapping like they are like literally the best. This definitely gets. This is gonna be the one where I'm like, I'm being liberal. I'm giving it a 4. Absolutely.
Wild. I didn't listen to it, and this 4 makes me struggle.
If only
I
you
guess
had your own. If only you could
5
use your own. Not be influenced.
doesn't make any sense.
I mean, should think about what you've heard about Nick in the past to come to a conclusion on that, but and what you've heard about, like what they've
Doesn't
said
make
about
any
it.
sense if I didn't listen to a single thing off the album. I have nothing to judge it by, but
I
my
said based
peers
off. I
say
said based off what they put out before,
Uh,
but I was saying.
this is a 2. To put it simply, if you like Nicki Minaj, you'll like this album. If you don't, you won't.
0.
Next, we have Partisan Fontaine, aka Party, with Sex
I think
Tape.
we all know. Unless I'm bugging.
Okay. I mean, fine, it's a 0, but I mean, he did put out that record with not with, but about Megan. I think that was a good showcase of his like of his
that's why it's 0.
No, I don't agree with that. A good showcase of his I'm just gonna go to this screen for a second. Of his what happened? Oh, why can't you guys say this stuff out loud?
What?
Oh,
These guys,
sorry.
these guys are being chatty patties in the chat.
Oh.
No, just for your next use of it.
Well, I could have missed that. I have to like be ultra
It's
conscious.
not that important. I mean, you'll get it. But
I mean, again,
Oh,
I just don't know why you're not saying it out loud.
but now we talking about it, we might as well just.
We wouldn't be talking about it unless I was conscious enough to be checking the group chat. Anyway,
Alright.
next we have Boz. We only talk about real ish when we're effed up. Interesting title aside, as you may or may not know about my feelings about Boz, he ruined it with one song, and I'm not really checking for him anymore. I did see J. Cole post about his album, so I mean he's still in the good grace of Cole and Dreamville and all of that, but like I ain't like, bro, he's 0.
I'll give him a 0.5.
0.5 mainly because I want to see if he has Gal Matias in production credits on some of these tracks because he did from one of his ones recently. But otherwise, yeah.
0.
Next we have Big Crit. Regardless, it's still timeless. Big Crit is literally one of my top 5 favorite artists. This is a relatively smaller project. It's super dope. And I did bring one of the records in not too long ago. Super dope to see that Big Crit still has that motion and mindset that I've always known and loved. That King Remembered in Time mentality. I didn't get to hear all of this yet, but it's definitely 0.5. The strongest 0.5 part out of this entire list.
I'll go 0.5.
3. I mean, Crit's had better, but it's Crit, so it's gonna be good even if it's not that good.
0.5.
And then next we have Lloyd Banks, Halloween Havoc, 4.
Is that a typo?
Yep, that is the.
I'm not giving it a 4. Is it a 4?
Havoc. Yeah, that's a 4.
Oh, the second,
Oh,
the 72nd hour. The Lloyd Banks album that we are talking about. Yeah, this was hella dope. Lloyd Banks. The thing about Lloyd Banks and these records, and nobody really knows unless you know, like they just seem to do it so effortlessly. It's like And maybe I should stop thinking about that because obviously we don't know how much has been mixed and mastered, and how many takes these records take to make. But like, I just almost can't imagine this kind of because of his style that this is like something they have to like stop and start. It seems like they could really just go one track through, and I give them credit for that. And they're just so incredibly consistent. Um, Obviously, in comparison, they have dropped better albums before, but uh, it's really tough to not give this that best score possible. But okay, thinking about comparing it to this year, I will give it to 5. If I were to compare it to the entire discography, that's a different story.
I'm gonna go 5 as well. This dude is a beast. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Every track just hits. Like, top track, I guess I'll say Broken Arrows, but yeah, literally everyone.
Yep, this is a 5. I know we didn't talk about it for some dumb reason, but his one before this, he dropped earlier this year, was a 4, and I think he's recently is just only getting better. And I've had a problem with the mixing of his albums and that really isn't an issue on this project. It's every track hits. It's crazy.
I didn't hear enough. 0.5.
I think we found our best album of the year.
People shitting on you, you just have to take it in stride. Aside, next we have Cool Company with No Better. Yeah, I'm leaning towards 0.5. I'll give it a 0.5.
I'll give it a 0.5. Not familiar.
This is a 3. They're a duo group, whatever you want to call them. Dropped some good projects in the past, and more like laid back, not R&B rap, but that relaxed style, low key. Not gonna be like any hard bangers that you can work out to, but if you're in the mood for it, it's definitely a vibe. It's a good
0.
project.
Next we have Ninth Wonder Zion 9? Question mark?
Yes.
Um, this is the only time. Not only time. It'll be this trailer will be other times. I do need a bit more information. Is this an instrumental record? I mean, tape.
Yeah, this is basically a beat tape.
0.
All right. This was a 4. He drops one of these like every year, and the one last year wasn't that great, but this one was extremely good.
0.5.
Next we have Boldy James, Indiana Jones. Man, I gave the brother a chance. Not I gave him a chance, but I've confirmed that it doesn't move me enough. It's 0.
I don't remember this dude's sound at all. I'll go 0.
Need a little influencing. It's trash.
It's not trash.
I'm going 0.5.
Dang. What do you do when you get conflicting reports?
0.5.
Listens to the authority on the matter. This was a 3. It was good. Not amazing. I like the production on it, but it was a good album.
Um, 0.
Next we have Mike Dimes, Texas Boy. I don't know if I've ever said it on record, and I don't even know if it's fully true. Because there's definitely some artists out of Texas. I mean, not artists, but sounds out of Texas that don't move me. But I'll give it a 0.5.
0.
0.5, I suppose. See if he has another good feature on it.
0.
Next we have Childish Major's First Lady. Similar is there rapping on this tape? Does anyone know?
Yeah, he's rapping on it.
Okay, then yeah, 0.5, absolutely. I'm sorry we didn't get to it sooner.
0.5.
This is a 4. This is a really, really enjoyable EP.
I believe it.
I like the
0.5.
production. Just really good
Sorry.
project.
Next we have Smoke Dizzle, Flying Lotus, Flying Objects. I believe I brought in, or somebody else brought a record off this. Which I'm surprised I didn't put on the list. I guess it might not be on the Wikipedia page, which I don't like how some things. Maybe I need a better source for the list. Maybe Spotify has a concise list of all the hip hop related albums. This absolutely deserves a 5, and I know it would be like in the 4-3 range if I give it a full listen. 0.5, sorry.
Zero.
I'm gonna listen to it again, but this is a 2 because first go around I was really disappointed, specifically with the production because I didn't expect a whole lot out of Smoke Dizzle, but really basic, not compelling production.
0.
Dang, I mean I don't care, but I guess everyone's going for Flying Lotus around here. So it's Joel Ortiz. Next is Joel Ortiz and Lorange.
L'Orange.
Orange.
Malik West can speak to that.
With Signature.
L'Orange.
Yeah, this was a few years back when I still had some faith in the Slaughterhouse individuals. I would be moved, but not anymore. That's 0.
0.5. Somebody else from Slaughterhouse. And L'Orange is a beastly producer.
Yeah, he really is. But this is a 3. I'm not super familiar with Joel Ortiz, and I'm definitely going to check him out more after this project. Really good. Some tracks were clear standouts. I think Uncle Chris Carr is probably my favorite, but it was a good project. And the production, again, fantastic. Just super good.
0.
Next we have Villanova. God is Love. Oof. I feel as if I listened to this.
We did listen to it.
Yeah. And I don't. Didn't hit. That's a 1.
A 1?
I don't think I listened to this with you.
It's close to a 4. I call it a 3. I really like this project.
I'm gonna go 3. It was good. It's cool.
I think the end is approaching. Next we got Toby Lou. Decent. Dang, that's hard to contend with. What do you mean decent? Yeah, give me a 0.5. I want to hear decent music. I like that.
Yeah, I'm curious. 0.5.
I'll give it a 4. For some reason, I don't know why. Like, I can't quantify it, but I really like his music. And that sounds stupid to say, but like, there's nothing that jumps out to me outside of the production. I guess like his lyricism is good, not amazing, but the way he puts together is weird. I can't explain why I like him so much, but yeah, he's really good.
I get it. 0.5.
Did I listen?
Next we have Domo Genesis and Gray Matter. What you don't get? Oh, that's the exclamation mark. I thought it was like IRL.
That's
Domo
gotta be
Genesis.
don't you get?
What you don't get? In this day and age, hmm, no, not really feeling it. Yeah, nah, that's zero.
I'll give it a 0.5.
I low key am not sure if I listened to the whole thing through. Which no, I think I did. It wasn't great. I give it a 2. I was a little disappointed.
0.
Next we have Femdot, Free Samples Volume 1. Vocals, lyrics? Question mark?
Excuse me. Lyrics, vocals, yeah,
Okay,
both.
absolutely. 0.5.
0.5.
3. It's a nice little EP. Couple standout tracks on it.
I like the name. 0.5.
Next we have Fly Anakin and Fozy with Skinny Max. It's hitting a lot of metrics for like my interest is peaked with the album art.
Really?
Look, you should see the alternative album art and see what that remote was covering.
hmm. Yeah, 0.5.
Fly Anakin is quite a name. I kind of want to hear what Ghost has to say first. I'll say
Jesus, you guys make me sick to my stomach.
It's so dramatic. I actually haven't listened to this one. Fly Anakin is good, kind of hit or miss. Depends on really the production he's on. Yeah, 0.5. I'm definitely going to listen to it at some point, but haven't got to it yet.
0.
Next we have Black Odyssey, Diamonds and Freaks. I'm
This was this year.
trying to think. Cause I don't think I automatically know what Black Odyssey sounds like.
You don't. I brought at least 5 tracks. At least.
I don't remember them off the top of my head. But I'm pretty sure if you kept bringing back garbage, I would say, why are you bringing this? So I'm gonna give it a 0.5. And I'm not saying you do. None of us here brings on garbage consistently. Just to clear that up.
0.5.
This is without a doubt a 5. Fantastic album. If I were to compare to the first one first full length album they dropped a couple years ago, I think the production is a little better. The bars are a little worse, but they're like right on par with each other. Fantastic album. They did live versions of it. They did instrumental versions of it. So if you have any preference, you can take your pick. It's amazing. Standout track. Whole album, but I guess Let Me Go. It's hard to choose, but listen. Y'all need to listen to this album. If you
I'm trying to remember how much of it I did listen to, and then maybe it was a spot, but yeah, no, I'm sure this is really good. But I'll say 0.5 because I'm not super familiar with everything.
Next we have Oh No, Good Vibes. This is another weird one. I feel as if I did listen to this. But yeah, it's not connecting enough to know whether I can say it's good. So it's 0.5. This album art is good.
0.5. I got faith in it.
this, I think I might have. Yeah, I listened to it. He had like a good vibes and then a good vibes slash bad vibes with a Roy Ayers collab. It was good. A 3. I'm gonna listen to this again because I low key.
He's rapping on the whole thing.
No, I think a good chunk of it is instrumental stuff. He's rapping on some of it.
Mm. Uh 0.
Next we have Odyssey. To what end? Absolutely. This is also another unfortunate miss in the pile of music. That's still going to be a 0.5.
0.5.
I listened to this at like the start of the year. It wasn't good. It was like I think it was a
What?
2.
Okay.
But
I'm gonna
yeah,
go
it
0.
wasn't good.
I sampled it. I did not
Ooh.
listen to. I listened to a little bit of most of the tracks, and I enjoyed it. It's Odyssey, like, and his production is good, and
I mean, production's
I
always
think,
good, but
yeah,
he rapping
he's
about
a
nothing.
great producer. He sets a vibe. It's great. I think if I think if I listen to it, I'll probably give it a 3, but I'm gonna call it a 0.5 since I didn't give it
You know,
a
the other
listen.
problem is, and y'all don't like my rules, so I won't vie for, or not my rule, the rule we agreed on, but I might vie for like once you put in a rating, you gotta lock into that. Because it also seems like some people could be more or less influenced by specific people.
Why does it matter if we change the rating? Why does it matter?
It doesn't. I'm just being stupid, but it's weird. It's getting weird.
All right, if you say so.
Um. Next we have Annie or Eni. We go again. Um. No, I'm not really moved. Or compelled. So I'm gonna go 0.
Ghost, do I like any?
You hate any.
0. 0.
This is a 3. It was good.
0.5. I gotta check it out.
Next we have Sky Zoo, The Mind of a Saint. I actually did hear this because obviously in previous years, Sky Zoo did get rated incredibly high. Um, from what I heard, it doesn't seem reflective of like album of the year stuff. But you know, you don't. It's not like the Warrior Dynasty. You don't get to the chip every year. Sorry, I didn't listen to all of it, but it's still deserving of the 0.5.
I'll go 0.5.
I'd say 4. Very, very good album. It's a concept album from the mind of the pro tag from Snowfall. If that
Wow.
positively or negatively.
Oh, right,
That's
right.
that's
I haven't watched Snowfall, so that it might
I
have been
started
better
it.
to it, but
Yeah,
good
no,
album.
I started it. So interesting.
and you obviously you think it works without even having watched the show.
Yeah, I mean, I know
That says
enough
a
about
lot.
the show just from the culture to know the gist of what he's saying. But yeah, even if you know nothing about it, it's a very good album.
That's dope.
Very,
That's
very
dope.
good.
0.5.
And then last but not at all least, Jesus, we made it. Never Enough with their project aptly named Never Enough.
This should say Daniel Caesar.
Oh yeah, I'm so stupid. Ah, I was thinking like, who's Never Enough?
I was like, who's Never Enough? I never heard of that.
Yeah. Daniel Caesar. Daniel Caesar. I absolutely want to hear this because he came back from being canceled. You don't do that every day. Although, if you lay low after a certain point in time, you can get uncanceled. Honestly speaking. So yeah, 0.5.
0.5.
This album was super good. It's not hip hop, but regardless, I'm going back forth between a 4 and a 5. It's like it was really, really
You gave out a lot of 5s.
Did I? I think I gave out 4.
Oh, we'll see once
Not to
things are
me.
tallied up.
Man, this is real. It was really, really good. I'll go with a 4. No. Give it a 5. Give it a 5. Remembering
Nice.
it, yeah. This is worthy of a 5. It was extremely good.
25.
Man. Of course we do it for our own data collections, but man, there aren't too many platforms out there that would go through all these albums and give them a ranking. Even though a lot of these were zeros and 0.5s, it is still the thought and the effort that counts. And now that we've gone through all these albums, now to look at some of the results, some of the conclusions, some of the things just for like data stats purposes. So I might need to lean on you guys a bit for some of these categories or sections, but briefly speaking, first score that we have is average score of albums listened to. So our respective average scores based on solely on the albums that we actually listened to. So that doesn't include any of the albums that we gave a 0 or 0.5. So for me, my average score is 2.6, Ace 2.3, Ghost 2.6, and Wes with a 3 to be honest. Now obviously, and this is why the world of like looking at data and actually looking at what that means is so important, because if you just go based off this, you could say that Wes tends to favor music more, but obviously we haven't gone through this. We know that, well, yeah, he's listened to the least amount of albums. So that's why he's going to be a bit more, because the ones that he did listen to, he enjoyed it a little bit more. Obviously, some of these percentages are marginal, but it
I
seems
didn't
like
waste my time on duds.
way too dank. But out of the albums that that me and Ghost listened to, were around this, are approximately the same. And then Ace is a little bit more. Nah, these suck. Next, we have total average score. So this compiles everything, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, if you have quite a bit of zeros and 0.5, that brings that average down, because this is going based off how we have it set up. Getting a 0 or 0.5 is technically a bit worse than giving an album a 1 because we didn't listen to it. It is what it is. And this I guess does tend to favor, depending on how you look at it, a person that's listened to more. Obviously, Ghost listens to more, so his score is going to be relatively higher. But wait, so that's interesting. So because Wes listened to the least, that's why he's at a 0.5. I guess that makes sense. Oh, also, I guess I shouldn't ignore it. And the total averages between all of us for the ones that we listen to is 2.6, and then the total averages for the ones for all albums in general.
Yeah, and we definitely have to compare to 2022 to see how that matches up.
Yes, that's an excellent idea. And then we give some other stats, just generals. Are you messing with the formula? Are you giving them behind the scenes
No,
stuff?
something botched because it shouldn't be 0.
What do you mean?
Sum of 0 interest.
Well, yeah, that doesn't even really matter. That part.
Give us 1 second. There's always something stupid going on.
Shouldn't this
Oh
be
no,
the
because
sum of this?
It doesn't.
no, it doesn't
Yeah.
make sense. So
It doesn't really matter.
Go to the 2022 one real quick. I mean, I'm sure those percentages should probably be filled up too.
Oh, it's 0 as well.
yeah, those don't make
Yeah.
they don't make sense as a figure. It doesn't.
It doesn't
It's not
matter.
relevant
Yeah.
But isn't it just the sum of these?
No,
No,
it's just
because it doesn't make sense. Some of them are the same. It's not
Okay.
useful data.
yeah.
Isn't it the
Some-
sum of albums that we?
Some of the ones that we had
the
zero
formula is,
interest in. Yeah, but I'm saying some. You're saying why does it say 0? You
Yeah.
should just clear it out. To be honest,
But
Yeah,
it could be the sum of these. It could be the
No.
sum of all albums that we
But
did.
what is the point of having that?
It gives us a number of how many albums in the year that we didn't want to listen. And we
But
compare
what
that
if they're
this
the
year.
same?
The same as what? Oh,
Like,
for
what if
across
we have
all of us?
overlap between
Well,
us?
it would
Like,
have to be a
if all three of
conditional
us don't
stimuli.
don't listen to the same, don't want to listen to the same album,
Wouldn't that
and
be
then
the
we
only
we
thing
would
that's
we would count
measurable?
that thrice.
Yeah, I mean,
Why would we count that thrice?
but you can still compare apples to apples if you look at it the same figure for the next
I
year.
suppose. I suppose.
I,
Yeah, it
I
doesn't make sense in 1 year, but I guess it could mean something across years. But what if the album numbers aren't the same? So
Which they never
The
will be.
album
the
number.
released
True,
albums,
true.
the number of released albums. So
Yeah, I guess you're right.
It's not a great figure.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not good.
So should it be cleared out?
Yeah, we could clear it out.
So go back to 2023. So you can clear out or try to clear out those and then just make them like gray blocks or gray cells rather. Okay, thank you. Okay, so that background Excel stuff aside, so the next category is sum of zero interest albums. So those would be albums that we did not listen to, that we have zero interest or intention of going and listening to. And Wes exceeds all of us
Yeesh.
with 65. And just obviously opposed to Ghost, who has the least amount of albums that he didn't listen to, that he doesn't have interest into, doesn't have interest listening to. Then we have the sum of unlistened albums with interest. So these are the albums, again, of course, that we didn't listen to, but we do have interest in them. And it seems like Ace actually scores highest in that. So you got a lot of albums to go back and listen to, my friend. Ghost on the other hand. Ghost on the other hand has a few albums that he didn't listen to, that he actually would have interest in, which is relatively consistent. And then last but
It's both. Some of both.
oh, so shouldn't it some of unlistened to? Okay, and then the sum of like total albums that weren't listened to, of course, is probably going to be consistent with this, some of the other sums is Wes with 90 albums that he did not listen to. Out of the how many? We should put somewhere
100 odd.
we should put somewhere at the bottom where it says the number of albums. We should start doing that. Yeah. But me and Ace
Wait,
aren't.
so
But me and Ace aren't too
Ghost-
far away.
Ghost
Go
is the
ahead.
only one who broke half.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yep.
We should have prizes for the person that does listen to the most.
I mean, we all know this dude brings 10 tracks a week.
Fair enough. So, scroll up just a bit more. Or zoom out a bit. So some of the things that you can extrapolate from a lot
Isn't
of
there
this.
another? Am I missing something, or do we have another row at the bottom? More data? Maybe not. I'm bugging then. Okay.
Okay. So what you can extrapolate from this
I thought-
is. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I'm bugging. I thought we had like percentages of something.
mean,
but
I think
no,
we
they're
should,
not.
but for some reason they're bugged or something.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't even know what that's supposed to be.
Why
meant.
would we use that cell? I don't. Yeah. I don't understand.
This isn't even a cell. 119.
Maybe we're supposed to have a total. Maybe we're supposed to have the total albums. And we get percentages.
If we go to 2021, does it show anything? I could be like I'm misremembering.
Oh, there's a
What?
What is the?
Oh, it was
Oh,
the
we
total
did
number.
do it. Okay.
Where was the total number? 119.
And
No,
then
that
we must
was
have-
the total number. It's
yeah.
not
And then J must be counting all the ones that had zeros, and then which I guess it doesn't really matter, but
yeah, we get the idea.
yeah.
Yeah, so a couple of things again you can extrapolate from this. One, obviously, Ghost listens to the most music. Wes listens to the least of this genres, quote unquote. Um, West, the stuff that West does listen to, he gives the highest scores. And Ace gives the lowest scores. So Ace hates these or this genres.
I don't like hip hop.
Um, and collectively, because even though we are giving our individual ratings, our rankings and things of that nature, collectively, if we as the Warren to Be Phil podcast had to give this year a rating, it would be in the realm of 2.6, 2.5, just no 2.6,
Yeah, that's the
which
albums that we actually listened to, and then
Or one.
which I think low key is more accurate. Can we
um
compare the
So
previous year?
trash.
Just the,
2022
yeah,
is
actually, yeah,
trash.
you should actually look at the one. I mean the total average score, because hey man, the ones that we didn't listen to, some of those are intentionally. So yeah, and then if you go by our ranking systems, that would relate to a one being
Yep.
trash.
What was
Um
it at for 2022?
oh yeah, and let's do a quick comparison if we can do that without being too confusing. So, in comparison to last year, the total average, and you have to keep in mind West wasn't a part of this, but the disregard that Gunna album, right? In comparison, the total average of listening to was a 2.6. Isn't that relatively close to what it is this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2.6. So okay, so the ones that the albums we listen to, it's been relatively consistent. But actually, for the ones for the total albums period, it's above one. It's above one, but it's still very close to one. So I guess last year was trash too. But
But we
last
did.
year,
We listened to more, like me and you, I guess.
mm-hmm. Yeah, and obviously it's never going to be like 1 to 1. Every year has its like pros, cons, and different things going on. I guess real quick, I guess while we have it, I don't know what we'll do traditionally, but what's do it have the same setup for 2021?
Yeah, it looked like it.
I mean, it's still relatively around that same range. The average score for albums that we listen to is around 2.5, and the total average for albums that we don't listen to is around 1,
Interesting.
which makes me. um, so in a year in which we listen to every album, I wonder what that would look like.
Probably the same.
I think it would be a lot lower.
Approach
'Cause we
it.
get
It
a
would
lot
approach
more
a certain
ones.
number. Yeah.
Well, a
Mhm.
lot lower for the average score of listened to, but higher for the total average. Much higher.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you've been following us or know us, I don't think it's super unsurprising. Go back to the 2023. It's too surprising that this is the result because, I mean, this year has truly felt, and this is in my opinion, but, I don't think I'm the only one that's truly felt like there's just been a lack of like high tier, high quality, competitive sounding music. It sounds like people are like artists are either on a different path or just really not as consistent as they once were. And obviously, sounds are gonna change, music is gonna evolve, and sounds is just. I think there's gonna be different. Um, I think, in my opinion, one of the biggest difference. Again, I think the competitive aspect is a bit different. It feels as if there used to be a lot more collaborative projects and records, and labels and music groups were a bigger thing. So like that era was like, hey, there's kind of a small, not beef per se, but it's like, hey, who has the better label? Is it TDE? Is it Good Music? Is it Young Money? Is it MMG? Is it Dreamville? I think that's what kind of sparked people to go really hard, at least in like the early 20 teens era. But there isn't a lot of that these days. It seems like people are more independent. Um, and then a lot of the artists that we do like, they're either slowing down, going through different avenues, or experimenting, which some people like and some people won't like. And then we of course have the newer artists that you know, we don't want to sound like old heads on here, but some of them don't really capture our attention. You know, obviously some of them do. So it's probably a very complex equation to why we have these type of ratings and the outlook on the year that we have. But I guess just to keep everything fair and balanced, so I'm not just talking out of my butt and for everybody. What do you think about this year in music for this genre slash genres, Ace? Fair enough. I guess we'll come back.
Might
What do you think, Ghost, about this year in general? And
this is
based off how we rated everything.
I feel like this is one of the worst years for hip hop in my recent memory. At least the last 5 years, it it just felt dreadful. The
If you
ratings might not reflect it, but I saw there was a serious lack of good quality projects,
if you had to
especially in mainstream.
try to guess for whatever reason, why do you think that ended up the way it did? Do you think it was because certain artists didn't drop? Like, do you think a Kendrick or like a Smino drop would have boosted it?
I mean, yeah, that's a good point. I think that is part of it, and then the artists that did drop, some exceptions, kind of drop mid or disappointing projects that could have been better. But I think it was just the lack of good quality artists putting out projects.
Fair enough. What about you, Wes? From what you did hear, or so I guess you could even include your thoughts on why you don't feel compelled to listen to a lot of it. What do you think about this year in general?
Uh, it was all right. And I think what would have, I don't know if there's anything I can point to say that it was better. I or all these things. Reason I don't listen to a lot of it is I don't know, my ear is just not tuned into that right now. So I think I think it's just a cost. What is it? Like, not cost benefit, but I choose to listen to other things. And but you know, I do have a lot of love and respect for a good verse, good rap, uh, good hip hop in general. Um, just not what I put a lot of my listening time into right now.
Fair enough. And then what about you, Ace? What do you think about this year in general and why it ended up the way it did?
Year in general, I don't know. At the end of the day, like now that we've done the exercise of digging through albums of the year, listening to them, crunching. Um,
This is like our modern day equivalent. If like you're in a record store and you're flipping through records.
yeah. Um, I don't know. I feel good. It compared to other years, honestly, it feels exactly the same. Um, but at the same time, and I shouldn't say at the same time, which means there's still a lot of projects that I really liked and I'm going to go back to and put on repeat. Um, and that's generally how I listen to music anyway. So I don't necessarily like need a ton of rappers to drop great projects in order for me to feel like I got enough rap for the year. I definitely got enough. There's projects that I can that I'm, gonna be able to dig into and get a lot out of for years to come just from this one. So I
Nice.
feel pretty damn good.
Nice. I like that little bit of positivity at the end. Before we wrap up, obviously, even though it seems like a mission that we can just go through nice, right, and easy, it always does end up taking several hours. I think we are missing something because shouldn't there be something that spits out
Yeah,
like
the we have to sort to see the top albums of the year.
sort? Ugh, that
Can't
sounds like it's
sort.
gonna get ugly.
I
Uh,
think it was easy when we did it
maybe
before. We
maybe
just
duplicate this tab real quick.
all we have to
The
do
album
is
covers are
sort.
not gonna sort. There's
Well,
no
I
way.
mean, yeah, that's not going to sort, but that's fine.
Oh yeah. I think that is what we've done. Okay.
You know what it is? I think in Excel, just in pure Excel, you can lock things in. But I think once you bring it over to Google Sheets, it gets funky. But yes, sort it out in this copy.
Is this a table? Oh. Is this
I
a
think
thing?
all you can do is just sort. I think.
No, just sort on
J
J.
and K.
Can you do that without it being
Yeah, you just click it and sort.
right click sort
No.
button?
No,
Like,
no, 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 no.
how
The
do I do
column.
it?
Up at the top, where it should be a
Please bear
little
with us as we figure this out.
Sort.
sort sheet A to or
Yeah.
B to A,
Oh,
and then it
okay.
lets you choose by number it. Or it should.
Oh.
Wait, maybe that. No.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah, it's not
The
zero.
why is Quando Rondo's album? Oh, because we
Wait,
wait.
what?
Who is that?
Because we didn't rate those. So.
We rated. Wait, what albums
Not
are they?
Quando
I'm looking at.
Rondo.
I'm looking at the album art. Sorry, what are those
I think
albums?
they just
These are
put the
just
empty
blank.
lines.
These
Yeah,
are the
yeah,
blank
yeah, at
cells
the
that are at
top
the
for whatever
bottom.
reason. Yeah, yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, so according to this, surprise, or not unsurprisingly, Lloyd Banks would be our collective favorite album of this year, with a total average score of 3.9, effectively
Yeah.
4.
You
And
have to
then,
do sort the other one too, but the
yeah,
ones that we actually listen to.
This one?
Well,
Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet.
not yet. So if you just want to go directly to what we consider the best album of this year, Lloyd Banks, Halloween Havoc 4. Just go for that. That's gonna give you the best bars in our opinion. I'll just give the top. What I usually do: top 5, top 10.
Yeah, top 5.
I don't know
man.
why. I keep. You have to really not look at the album art because I saw that Ray Sherman,
Yeah, no, it's
and I was like, "What is that doing there?" Anyway, and even the Chloe thing was throwing us off, or throwing me off. At number 2, you would have the JPEG Mafia and Danny Brown, Scaring the Hoes album. Again, I think is deservingly there, with a average score between all of us of a 3.5. Then you have at 3, No Name Sundial. I'm super glad that's in the top 5 as well, with the average score of again 3.5. The Earth Gang and Spillage Village, Rip Human Heart, coming in at 4. But some of these all have the same thing. I wonder why is it? I mean, I guess it's slightly marginally different. And at number 5, where am I? Did I already go? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then number 5, you'd have Mick Jenkins. I keep getting shocked because I see the Mick Jenkins thing. And I see Mick Jenkins there. Mick Jenkins, The Patience, with 1. So, yeah, that's the top 5. And I guess just going to the top 10 real quick, you got the K Tsunami, K Anime, that album with a sitting at a nice 3. You have Killer Mike, Grammy nominated. Out of all the Grammy nominators, that's the highest one in our opinion, unsurprisingly, with Michael. Doja Cat still kind of snuck in there, which that's because y'all like it a lot. Sitting at 2.7 of average score. We have the Danny Brown album sitting at another 2.7. You have the Black Thought album, which could have been a little better if there was some other factors, with 2.6. Yeah, was I saying 2.5 before? I don't know. And I guess
that's it.
And that's it. That's the top 10 based off the total average scores. Now, if we just want to focus on the total average score of listen to, sort that one more time.
Did I sort that?
You sorted it backwards, no? And do you have to take the sort off the other one, or does it automatically sort it or unsort it?
No, do Z to A again because A to
No, I'm
Z.
saying, do you have to? Is the J cell or column still sorted?
No. That's
Okay.
not possible.
So that's not what I wanted.
Do Z to A. The hell? Oh, because all those I see.
Oh, the
why.
blanks.
Okay, so the ones that we listen to, which I mean, this seems to be
Yeah, a lot of this is skewed.
It still seems to be. I mean, Lloyd Banks is the best. That's the basement of the story.
Yeah.
Then you also have how do you say it again? Kojak, which
Yeah.
we got a 5 right.
I feel like the next 4 should just kind of be not voided, but I was the only one that rated them, so
I just give it credit because a lot of those still have the 0.5. We have interest in those, probably high interest. Respectfully. But Black Odyssey, Daniel Caesar, and Portraits of Tracy and the Big McJenkins album. So yeah, obviously maybe in the future we'll work on a cleaner way to do this. But again, when you start sorting stuff in Google Sheets, it gets ugly real quick. Yeah, ultimately, I'll always say this: the reason for the exercise is just primarily to get the data. I love data. I love being able to look back at what my favorite album was and what I would rate it, or conversely, what the worst albums of that year was. Which I guess I know would suck, but real quick, go back to go sort the J column again. And yeah, exactly. Sorry, Z. I'm interested to see. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of them that got zero across the board. I guess go to the ones that people actually listen to. Some Jesus, Lazarus. Okay, so the bottom 5 would technically be NF.
Those are not listened though.
Oh, okay. So yeah, what's the ones that we all listen to? Let's keep going.
We would
We
have
all
to
listen
do
to.
K again, and then just sort it A.
I mean,
That's
actually,
the first all listen to. You gotta look at it. It's Shabazz. Oh no, sorry, man.
is it the Yachty record?
Yachty?
Oof.
Yeah, Yachty.
Wow, that's crazy. And I was the one that even is that high. Wow.
Yachty.
Travis
Scott. Nas.
Yeah, somebody write this down. In the future, we need a nice, clean way to get the best album, based off the total average, the best album based off the ones that we all listen to, and then which albums we all listen to. That's the highest and the highest and the lowest. Anyway, I think we are done here, and more talking will just be breath going at everybody for no reason. Let me go back to here, and then go here. Nice, and it still looks exactly like how it should be. OBS, look to OBS. Usually we have some we're looking forward to. I think, so you can safely say, good music. That's what we're all looking forward to. And we hope that by listening to us really just ramble for the better half of the past few hours about ratings and albums and artists and things of that nature, we hope that you might have gained a perspective or you learned something new. I'm sure nobody in the world is aware of all these albums dropping. You surely learned an artist that you may or may not like dropped an album this year. So go and listen to that. Support your favorite artist. Or we just hope that you find it entertaining. But if none of that happened for you, then all we have to say to you is be warmed and be filled. Thank you. Stopping the recording. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. But somebody did hop on the live and chat. I just seen it now. Most Youngboy got all year. Do Youngboy fans like all the products that Youngboy puts out?
They must. He keeps releasing them.
But yeah, I guess stopping the stream now and signing off.